Hey, Brian.
Hey, Billy, how are you?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Just hanging out. I'm a little bit lower than you are. I think I'm right around 3872. To give those guys a little more space because they always bitch at me. I got that 7.5K audio bandwidth, so I'm sliding down.
Well, that should be 3872. Doesn't seem like I can key up on a right frequency forever.
Oh, no, that's cool. You keyed up before I did, but I was in the process of, I was about to call CQ here, but don't need to.
Well, you have that station that's sounding good. At the level of finding myself at the rate launcher.
Man, you took a big fade there. I heard the grenade launcher. That was weird. But yeah, it's finally sounding okay. I took apart my entire shack. I gutted it and I moved my operating position out into the living room. So here I am, and I had a lot of problems, RF getting in crap and this and that, but finally got it all ironed out.
It sounds like Nate has found some players. He's able to find a kill, but now he could be in a tough spot.
Oh, man.
In a tough spot.
I thought you had, like, the super swampers.
Oh, man. In a tough spot.
Hold on. What the hell? There's crap happening. I thought you had, like, super swampers or some tank treads. You could just drive over everybody. Not bad, man. Well, it's sort of. I worked last week, and I'm not working this week. Actually, no, I don't know yet. We might have a Saturday this week, but that's it. So kind of. There's a big job starting. I think June 1st, and that's gonna go for a while.
Oh, there you go. It's nice to see it finally start to open back up a little bit. Lockdown noise, aka Hogan. He's not a governor, he's a gooberner. Is slowly untwisting the screws, I think much to his dismay. So they're finally starting to get things back to normal here. We'll see.
Oh, our state ain't back to normal. Our governor is now he's saying that we're not going to be allowed to vote. But like it's too dangerous to have everyone go out and vote. But like everyone should go out and get tested.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, a governor that says that doesn't deserve a vote one.
I didn't vote for him. I don't think he's doing a very good job here in New Jersey. W2BTK.
KB3WFV remote. Well, hopefully this pile of junk is working okay. It's been fighting.
Yeah, you're remoting right now. You sound really good. On the remote, your audio quality is much better than what it had been in the past.
I appreciate that. playing with all these silly gain levels, and I had a mixer in line that was given to me there that, well, better days, so I replaced that with a rack-mounted mixer, and it seemed to put a hum or muffled on the remote. So I've been farting around with the gain settings here in the truck, and then the gain settings at the house, and then the gain settings in the mixer, and it's been a headache. What ends up happening is if I take the remote into the house and sit there at the bench and try to make all the settings, I get RF on the remotes. And it screws everything up. So then when you go back out to the truck with it, it sounds completely different than what you were. It's just, anyhow, I've just been tweaking things and tracking what I tweak every day as I walk out the door. And every so often somebody pops a recording of it and sends it to me. Last one I heard sounded pretty good, so I think we're going to leave it alone so long as the audio volume's high enough.
Yeah, it's good to go, man. And it sounds like real close to, dude, how you sound when you're at home. Whatever mic and combination and gain staging and everything you've done, it's honestly like if I wasn't paying that much attention and I just heard you on here, I wouldn't know you were mobile.
Yeah, I've been real lucky. This doesn't pick up a whole lot of background noise here in the truck, and which is probably a good thing because Lisa's pretty good about editorializing what she thinks of other drivers. Yeah. We got to looking into dynamic mics and electric brakes and their different properties and how they behave and everything. It's all fascinating. Kind of jealous. You seem to have a better grip on how all that stuff works, the compression and the thresholds and the attack times or release times. It's interesting how it impacts the sound that and you can change it around for whatever sound you want.
Yeah, well, that didn't come naturally, man. I have a degree from Berklee College of Music, electronic production and design. So I spent 4 years learning all that crap. And then, I mixed live bands for almost 10 years. And it was my job to walk into a room and make stuff sound good. It was in practice, and I got pretty good at it. And it translates directly to this hobby, but it's not something that like anyone is good at without doing it a lot or practicing,
I have no idea. I'm probably breaking up until I get to this intersection, Billy, so bear with me.
It's not too bad. I heard somebody using another mode. They were down there a little ways away, but I have my passband widened out to, sound good. There's nothing going on the band right now, man. It is like dead in this whole chunk. I'm watching from about 3840 up to 3930. And we're like one of the only QSOs, so if anyone's like cozying up or bitching at us because we're running wide, it's like, come on, man. There's so many free frequencies around here.
Yeah, well, they're much like some of the knucklehead birds. They want to nest in the same spot all the time, so it's all right. Yeah, it's dead quiet down here. It makes me wonder if I got something wrong at the house, but I don't hear anything. I don't even hear a whole lot of atmospheric, so it's pretty quiet. But then again, I got some attenuation in. That drives me crazy. It makes absolutely no sense to hear all this good hi-fi audio like you and others and have them on key, and then there's 10 over static level in between. So I run a lot of attenuation.
Yeah, I've got a couple switches over here. I'm actually running about 15 dB of attenuation on the receiver right now. And that helps a lot with demodulation, like the audio everybody's hearing on my stream. That's actually demodulated audio, you know, over the air. Volume's very low. Let me look into that. Well, that might be better. I don't know.
Is the noise floor real low too, Billy?
Not super low today.
Oh well, we'll find out when I get home. Now I'm worried that I'm on the wrong antenna. Oh well, we'll see.
Yeah, my volume is pretty low. What the hell?
On what, the TX or on the stream? It's not, it sounds fine here on TX.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about the stream.
I couldn't help you. That stuff drives me crazy dealing with all that. But then again, it's the computers that I have to run and the software I have to run to be able to use the computers that I have to run, and that stuff is just quirky. Just right out of the box. They might as well put a label right on the front of it. You know, under features and benefits, it does this, it does that. It'll say it locks up and crashes regularly.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell's going on here with this.
Well, I guess I'll let you get it straightened out there, Billy. Think about how it's coming off the air and getting into the computer and where the gain adjustments are for all of it. And you'll get it sooner or later here. KB3WFV.
It's all good. I'm not going anywhere. It's just I'm seeing, you know, my level meters aren't really doing it. Here, I'm gonna roll 5 dB of gain in there. Okay, yeah, now they're starting to come up.
So you think you got everything pinned down the way you want it?
Yeah, it's just these meters aren't very responsive. They're not really tracking what I'm hearing. I don't know. Maybe there's something up with this program. And I couldn't fire the stream up right away either. That was kind of weird. It said there was some kind of error.
The most I know to tell you what to do, Billy, is just shut it all down and reboot it all. It's my solution to 90% of these damn computer problems.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to do that. I'm up and running. But it is what it is. I mean, I don't really care. I'm seeing a major lag. Watch. In the video and audio just on my machine here. It sucks.
Yeah, some piece of code and some piece of software's got the cart before the horse and it's all screwed up. Probably either shutting the software down and relaunching it, or shutting the whole damn PC down and rebooting it. It'll straighten it out.
Yeah, I don't know. I think my computer might just be kind of crappy that I'm running this SDR off of. But yeah, it's just it's what I'm doing is I'm sending the output, the display output of this machine over the network to my other computer that's streaming, and I guess it's getting its lag there. Whatever, man. The crap is pretty boring.
You know, they're shooting that rocket up and putting 2 men on the space station from Cape Canaveral. And my dad was all excited about it and getting the TV in the office dialed in and a couple of chairs and everything. And my kids were kind of like, eh. And I was just too busy to deal with it at the moment. They ended up postponing it because of weather, and they're going to launch it again Saturday. But, you know, there's 50 years of age difference there, and it was interesting because, you know, when he was a kid, that wasn't possible. You know, the big space program, putting rockets up into space and traveling to the moon and rescuing Apollo's mission and everything. And my kids grew up where pretty much everything's possible. And if it's not physically possible, it's digitally possible.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Even with like, see, I'm at a weird age, man. Like, I remember when I was real young, there was no internet, you know, or at least nobody was using the internet in their house. And all of a sudden that was a thing. I remember before everybody had cell phones, and now that's a major thing, but I'm probably like one of the last. So it was like growing up, it's like, oh yeah, you can't just get in contact with somebody. If you wanted to find your friends, you got on your bike and you rode around for a couple hours until you found them. And then later in life, everything is instant, you know. So it's weird, man. And to think that I could have grown up later and like never known what it was like back, you know, to ride around and go find your friends instead of calling them. I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's weird to think about.
It's fascinating to me, Billy. There's entire generations that have no idea how to do things without that. And there was about 10 years ago, we put in a new alignment machine. It's all computer driven, so you punch in the VIN number, and it brings up the alignment specs. You hang the equipment on the truck, on the vehicle, and calibrate it all, and then it tells you which adjustments are out, and you make the adjustments towards the specifications. It's all computerized. You still physically have to make the adjustments, so I imagine that's coming too. Anyways, I told a couple of 18-year-olds that were in the automotive program, pull a vehicle up on the rack, set the alignment on it, and I went down to do something else, and I came back, and they're sitting there playing grab ass, and I got all pissed off. I said, what's the problem? They said, oh, well, there's no specs in the machine. I threw a fit, Billy. I started screaming and yelling, well, grab the damn book. And there's no reason you, and they looked at me dumbfounded, and I slowly calmed down and lowered my voice, and I said, why are you two looking at me like I'm dumber than a box of rocks? And one of them sheepishly spoke up and said, what book? And it dawned on me right there in that very instance, Billy, that the only way they knew of how to align a vehicle was with that computer and that machine. And I calmly walked over to the service desk, and I pulled open the drawer, and I pulled out the book, and I said, here, look the car up in the book.
Hold on, I got a good comment about that, but I got to run outside. I ordered a pizza. The guy's here. Give me 1 sec.
KB3WFV, about to jump out, and I'll be in the house in a bit.
All right. I got my pizza, my cheesy garlic bread, my garlic knots, and I'm gonna do this thing, man.
Oh, there you go. Well, she just threw it in park. Her next move is pull the trigger on the ignition, which means I'm done. I'll be in the house in a bit. KB3WFV.
All right, man. Yeah, all that technology causes people to not think. Yo, what's up, man? Did you change your name? Uh-oh, you might not have your audio on. Well, this is boring. This is our call CQ while Brian's gone. But I don't do content-rich CQ calls. I just say, CQ 75 meter AM. This is W2BTK. W2BTK calling CQ. CQ 75 meter AM. W2BTK on Montana Mountain in New Jersey, calling CQ 75 meter AM, calling CQ 75 meter AM. This is W2BTK, standing by and listening for whoever. WNY. I heard you in there. What's going on, man? Hey man, I'm sorry, I had to notch out. There was a single sideband signal that fired up and was causing QRM. I wasn't able to hear you, but now I have him notched out, so go ahead.
Yes, handler is Rich from the Charlie Hotel. QTH is Islip, Long Island.
Rich and Islip, sounding good, man. You got yeah, you're coming in here great.
Well, right now I'm running about 20 watts. Having troubles with the home-brewed +C rig, but +C. But hopefully in a couple days I'll get the last phone straightened out.
That's sounding good, Class D. I'm into it. Not bad for 100 watts. I'm running about 300 watts of carrier over here on top of Montana Mountain.
You're making it a nice place. I'm not making 100 watts, right? I'm doing about maybe 25.
Oh, 25 watts. Damn. Yeah, you must have a really good antenna system.
Now the antenna is pretty poor. Sloping dipole, the middle's 40 feet up, the ends are about 20. And I'm right down on the water in the Great South Bay.
Very good. That's similar to what I've got. My dipole is about, it's about 38 feet to the feed point, I've determined. So we'll call it 40. And then, yeah, the ends are about, 25, 30 feet. So similar antenna. Mine's a little bit too long to be resonant on this band. But I use open wire feed line, and I have a double balanced, that is to say balanced in, balanced out tuner. And that puts me, it gets rid of all the reactance, and its antenna will basically work on 160, 80, 40, 20, wherever.
Yeah, you have a good signal. Let me head back to what I was doing. Trying to get that PGA Vertex 6 chip running. For some reason or other, one of the sections fell on the work. Good talking to you. You have a very good signal here in Long Island. And I think we've spoken before.
It's possible. I don't keep a very good log, and I probably should. But, well, anyway, thanks for checking in. Quick check-in there. Sounding good, man. And, I guess you might hear me chewing food. That's not too nice. W2BTK.
kHz, it's pretty cool.
All right, well, let's see who else is out here. CQ 75 meter AM, this is W2BTK. W2BTK calling CQ on 75 meter AM. CQ. This is W2BTK calling CQ on 75 meter AM. Let's see who's out here. Any check-ins? Anyone? Anywhere? W2BTK. Well, that's okay, because I got to eat my cheesy garlic bread anyway while I wait for Brian.
So how's the pizza?
I didn't even get into the pizza yet. I'm like noshing this cheesy garlic bread, man. I love this stuff.
They say that the garlic is good for the immune system, so whether or not it's real garlic is a different story, though.
It's kind of garlicky. I mean, I can't really tell. It's mostly just like very buttery, and you know, just that mozzarella cheese. And I got my dipping sauce. You can't go wrong. I mean, even if it's not the world's best cheese garlic bread, I mean, just the fact that it's cheese garlic bread makes it good.
There you go. Hang on just a second here. Alright, well, I guess everything looks alright. Something seems off there, but, well, we'll deal with it another day. It looks like it's working.
WA2PJP.
WA2PJP, W2BTK. One sec. Brian, I didn't draw attention to it before, but you were frequency agile from the car. I just realized that. Hey, PJP, what's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, W2BTK, WA2PJP. I heard you calling, hold on, writing you down in the log. Heard you calling CQ, didn't have the transmitter on, so I thought I'd come back to you and say hello. My name is Joe, located here on Long Island. I heard you talking to another Long Island station. I guess he was over in Islip. But I want to let you know, you got a good signal over here. I didn't get the name. I think, is it Bill? I think it is. I'm not too sure. And hello to Brian out there. I heard Brian out there. W2BTK. Again, name is Joe, Eastern Long Island. Back over to you. Call is WA2PJP, Papa Julia Papa.
WA2WNY back.
Hey, there he is, the other, the Islip station. Yep, you got a great signal here. Your SNR is about 63 dB above the noise, so I'm sitting back in my chair. And my name is Bill.
Yeah, okay, I thought it was Bill. Wasn't too sure about that. And I heard the other station break back in. And I guess Brian, I didn't get Brian's call. I forgot his call, but no, I think I talked to Brian before. But let me get it back to the, let me give it back over to the braking station. And yeah, you got a great signal over here too. You're 40 over S9 on the 75A4 receiver. So I guess the other braking station. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm down here in Islip. Whereabouts on Long Island are you?
I'm in Manorville, out by exit 69.
Ah, okay. This is a little past Manorville, so that would be a little past William Floyd then.
Yeah, I'm east of William Floyd Parkway. I guess by about, oh God, I don't know, 5 miles, 6 miles, something like that.
Huh, interesting. Well, I'm down here in Islip by the water, down by Town Hall.
You kind of faded down there. What was that?
I'm down in Islip, if you're familiar with it, down south of Main Street, south of Town Hall.
Okay, yeah, I know where, you know, of course I know where Main Street is, and very good on that. And you're not as strong, of course, as Bill or Brian, but definitely hear you in there. So I guess let me pass it around. Let me get it over to Brian. Brian, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, hello, Joe. Good signal here into Maryland. And yeah, Bill, that's I don't know if you're familiar with something like the 706 or the TS480s or any of the other rigs where the front face panel separates from the body, and you can purchase a separation kit, put the control head up in the front of the vehicle and put the radio body in the trunk or wherever you want under a seat. Basically all I did, Bill, was put the internet between the front panel and the radio body and I pick the audio off the network box that allows me to do that and feed it through the rack gear into the E-rig. So I have 100% control of that transceiver, mic gain, RF gain, TX power, frequency, VFOs, A and B, memories, whatever you can do with the radio sitting in front of you, I can do so long as I have an internet connection.
Yeah, that's amazing, man. Geez, like, it blew my mind the first time I came out here and I heard like you and Steve QIX doing stuff like that. They're like, yeah, I'm mobile right now, and there's just this huge signal. I was like, what? And then yeah, it all makes sense. But that's still like, I mean, you really got that thing ironed out. That's a badass setup. I don't know if you guys heard Brian on before, but he was mobile from his car, talking off of his his home station, and I could barely tell. And he was, viffling around and everything. It's just, I mean, that's really cool. W2BTK.
Yeah, that is really cool. That is really cool. Hey, Brian, did you get all that software from Steve? Because Steve. Well, I guess Steve runs his iPhone. So I guess are you doing what Steve is doing?
QIX is his own software and his own integration with his home system. He's amazing. He took a D104 microphone and created a USB interface that will plug into a Windows. There's a name for it, and I can't think of it. The little Windows computer, laptop, tablet, or whatever it is. It looks like a little baby laptop, but it's a Windows device, and I can't think of the name of it at the moment. And it's kind of interesting. Steve beat me to the punch on the audio quality by remote and blew me out of the water. He has a phenomenal setup there. I started with remote rig control to help a friend out who had a fire, and then I progressed from there. When he was done and was able to get back on the air, the remote, what happened was the remote, I gave him the control head and the head box, and he was able to log into my station and operate. And when he got back on the air, I took the box and was using it from work for a little while. And when we traveled from hotels and stuff, different meetings that we had to go to, and primarily I operated sideband, and every now and then I'd jump in here and harass the guys on AM with yellowy sideband audio from the transceiver itself. And then I got a truck that had cellular or Wi-Fi connectability to it, hotspot ability to it. So I just got to playing with it, and so it worked. I said, holy crap. So we used it that way on sideband, and still jumped in here on AM, driving the guys nuts with the yellowy audio for a while. And then, what better way? I don't have to find a place to put a transceiver in the truck. I don't have to choke off stuff. I don't have to bond and shield things. I don't have to find a way to put an antenna on it. Do I drill a hole in a brand new truck? Do I use a hitch mount? Do I use a bed? All those headaches that come with a new vehicle, and pulling down headliners and up carpet to chase wires, and oh my God, is it going to interfere with the trans controller, or the body controller, or the engine controller, or the suspension controller, or the stability traction systems, and is the dealership going to avoid I didn't have to go through all that. It's just, hey, cool. Syncs up to the internet, talks to the house, and best of all, when I drive by a 7-Eleven with their nasty EFI from EMI from all of their computers and lights and telephone poles and alarm systems and everything, I don't get that noise. It's just always a good signal. And then I got to playing with pulling the audio off the box, because the audio comes into the box off the internet and then goes straight into the rig. So I cracked the box open and tapped an audio feed out of it to an XLR, to the mixing board, This particular rig has an A and B antenna, and I programmed it so that on A antenna port, it goes out to all the other antennas for 160 and 40 up through 6. And then on antenna B, it jumps over to antenna to 80 meters, which changes the way the PTT circuit works, and it keys the rig, or keys the E-rig, and the audio feeds to the mixing board and through the processing into the rig. So it's kind of my own design that I could probably never ever explain to anybody else how it's done, and I don't know if I'd recommend it, because a lot of it was just kind of experimental. And let's hook this radio, let's hook this wire here to this connection inside this board full of a bunch of IC chips, and then key up a 300 watt carrier and see if the smoke comes out type of stuff. KB3WFV.
Okay, yeah, very good. Yeah, nothing sophisticated like that here. I'm running more vintage stuff. The transmitter's a Collins KW1 and listening on a 75A4 receiver. Somebody just started calling CQ a little bit further down, which kind of gave you a little bit of a hard time, but hopefully you're hearing me through. But yeah, I'm not that sophisticated. Although my truck, I have a Chevy Silverado, which does have a hotspot in it. And of course I could use it, but I don't know. I prefer the old way of doing it. But I haven't mounted any radios in my truck for the exact same reason you're saying. And even the 2-meter stuff, I haven't even mounted a 2-meter radio in my my Silverado because of what you're saying. But that might be the way to go. I might have to upgrade to do something like that. Because right now I'm still running the old steam engine stuff. Anyway, whoever gets it. And Brian, I still didn't get your call. What was your call again?
The call's Kilo Bravo 3 Whiskey Foxtrot Victor, King Baker 3, Washington, Florida, Vermont. The primary, I originally put a Tar Heel on a hitch mount on the back of that truck, and there's just so much noise on 40, 80, and 160. And I started one weekend with bonding things and using a radio to chase down where the noise is being emitted at from the truck. I mean, there's just so many modules in the truck between the keyless entries and the OnStar system and the Wi-Fi system and the cellular system. There's just a lot of stuff to chase noises down. I did notice what little bit I played with it. I only played with it for about a week or two. It went higher in the band.
Yeah, I bet you hear that. Kilo Echo 1 Mike Bravo, yeah. Hold on.
I had to do it. I think what I would do is get it like an ICOM 7100, or I don't know if a 480 is still being made or not, but another rig where the head unit separates from the radio body. And I'd place the radio body probably under one of the seats, because there's plenty of room there. And they make a cup holder mount. It's a weighted, beer can, soda can size mount that slips into the cup holder, and then the radio head mounts to that. And I'd probably pull power off of one of their accessory ports, because now they all have accessory ports in them for, even 110 volt if you want. And that's probably how I would do it. Antenna-wise, I'm not sure. In a pickup, I'd probably get a pocket mount from Tar Heel and put a screwdriver up behind the cab on the driver's side. And probably I would use a Yaesu, because the Yaesu has, well, that's with the ATAS antenna, so never mind. I'd get the auto control that goes between the rig and the antenna, just to make it safer on the mobile. 2-meter wise, 440 wise, it shouldn't be any problem. Your standard old mag mount and VHF, UHF rig of your choice should work just fine. But another worthless opinion from around the bay. KB3WFV.
Man, Brian, you're strong right now, man.
Thank you. It's raining here, so the ground's nice and wet, and we're just off the bay, and the pan's shifted, so you're always loud though, Billy.
Both of you guys are doing pretty good out here into Long Island. I was just having a hard time hearing Rich. I think he said he was running 30 watts or something like that. But what my mobile rig was, if you guys know what this rig is, my mobile rig for the longest time was a Gonset G76. I ran that rig for, oh God, a number of years, and I have another G76 which I keep here in the shack, which is a very nice one. But the one I had in the mobile, you know, was a little beat up, so it was okay for mobile. But I ran a G76 and a Hustler antenna for a number of years. I had it in a 2000 Blazer, a 2005 Blazer, and then I had that in my 2010 Silverado. But just the noise and stuff was, the noise just got to the point where it didn't make it enjoyable to get on the air from the mobile because it was just so damn noisy. And unless the signal was really, really strong, you know, you just couldn't work anybody. So right now I'm mobileless. I don't run any mobile. I'm mobileless. And but yeah, I guess the 2-meter 440 stuff should be okay. I should probably put that in the truck, but I just haven't done it with the new Silverado. Anyway, this is WA2PJP Long Island.
It's hard to get a new vehicle and put all that crap in there. I did the same thing. I had a bunch of mobile setups before, but I slimmed it down to like a trunk lip mount 2-meter 440 and one of those like TYT Yaesu knockoff things, and then that's it. That's all I do mobile. When I want to use the radio, I come home and fire up all this crap. But I'm not even like mobile's weird, especially HF. I've never had an HF mobile setup, you know, but it's so compromised. I think I just do what Brian's doing and remote in, but I'd probably have to get some more cutting edge equipment over here because everything I've got is tubes, tube VFO, tube exciter, tube final. You know, it's old school. Not to say that I couldn't interface it and remote it. I just need, you know, servos and a whole manner of crap. Whereas you can just, if you have a nice rig like, you know, a Flex or one of those newer Rice boxes or something, you just plug it in. That's kind of nice. Yeah. The guys that do it, I mean, it's pretty amazing. But what's also amazing, I guess that guy was calling CQ on like 3869. They moved down to 3860. I think it was KE1MB because he heard us, but we're 3 wide right now on occupying, you know, AM QSOs on 3860, 3872, and 3885. That's pretty cool.
I know, you almost never hear that many QSOs going on anymore. Hey, what are you running now, Brian? You said, what kind of rig is that? I mean, Bill. I'm sorry, Bill.
Class C transmitter with about a 300-watt carrier into an all-center-fed dipole. That's about, well, I don't know, about 50 foot. I keep thinking about moving it. And one of the rigs is actually down. So it's I don't know, what do you want to call it? It's a half-breed. It's half inverted V and half flat top. The branch that was up in last winter, last summer, broke. And I just tied, it was too much canopy in the trees to try and mess with it, so I just tied it off. And that's where it stayed. I wanted to mess with it this winter, but the weather and the time just wasn't cooperating, and then this spring here has been, the canopy's filled in faster than I thought it would. We got a couple of nice days and some rain and some more couple of nice days. The canopy's filled in and then it snapped back cold again, so. But it's just a Class C transmitter. If I had to do it again, Billy, I think I would pick up a Flex. I've been playing with Dave's W3OH's Flex. And so far just on my iPad with the app, for $65, one-time fee, The app on the tablet, I can get into his flex from the truck or from the house or from work. And his radio is just sitting on a network plugged into a Cat 5 cable into the router. So if I had to do it, I think I'd buy one of those and an auto tuner or an amplifier that auto tunes with an auto tuner with an antenna tuner built into it. Probably go that way, so it's just two pieces of equipment, and put up several antennas and just let it rip. But we have it all automated now. Auto tuning amplifier, and then I have a stepper beam. It all tracks. So if I change frequency from the mobile, the amp tracks, the tuner tracks, the antenna tracks. The only thing I have to add to it right now is the ability to turn the rotor remotely.
Oh, very good. Yeah, that sounds great. You know, like I said, nothing sophisticated like that here. Running the early Collins stuff. This transmitter is 1952 vintage, so it's a couple of years older than me. And of course, the receiver is also in that same era, a little bit newer, like 54. And the antenna I'm running right now is a fan dipole for 80 and 40, up at 70 feet, and fed with just feeding it with coax. That's my setup. But I was wondering what I wanted to find out what Bill was running too, because he's got a great signal over here, and your signal came up quite a bit, Brian, too.
Damn, Brian, I didn't know you had a stepper. That's badass. And the setup over here, I mean, I attribute my signal mainly to my location, which is one of the best ones you could possibly have in New Jersey. I'm at about 1,050 foot elevation with line of sight in most directions. So that's hard to come by in Jersey, and the ground conductivity up here on the mountain is something special. So my antenna is working like way better than it should. I get out here with like 10 watts sometimes and put a 20 over signal on people. But as far as the transmitter and all that, the Johnson Viking 2 externally modulated. I'm using a solid state audio amplifier as a modulator, and that's impedance matched to the finals with a pair of toroidal power transformers, believe it or not, made by a company called Antec. And that's all. I mean, I got to turn 4 ohms into roughly 3,000 ohms modulating impedance of this Viking 2. So I've got, well, I'll explain the modulation transformer if you ask. That's a lot to talk about. So Johnson Viking 2 externally modulated. I have a homebrew amplifier that my friend built a long time ago in like the 90s. And that's a YC156 tube. That's an IMAC tube, MRI tube. Run about let's call that 305 watts of carrier. And the antenna system is just a non-resonant doublet, about 140 foot overall, fed with open wire line and a double balanced tuner, which was homebrewed with, you know, refrigerator feed line, water line inductors and a capacitor, a vacuum variable capacitor that I got off eBay, and 1-to-1 homemade input balun, and that's pretty much the setup over here. You know what it is? I've got my neighbor in the 70s. There was a scrapyard back there, and there's piles of old radial tires right out, you know, kind of underneath my antenna, and I swear to God, those things get conductive after a while. That rubber and the steel belts and all that stuff, it bakes in the sun, and I think they might be like highly conductive. So, yeah, that's my radial system. It's a pile of old radials, tires, W2BTK.
Mine's a crappy ground plane. The dipole goes over the septic field, so if signals get weak, I just go flush the commode.
That's great. Well, yeah, I got to tell you, you're doing okay over here, Bill, and Brian, of course, you're doing real good too. Well, I got to get out of here. I heard you calling CQ a little while earlier, so I thought I'd come back to you and say hello and let you know you're being heard on Eastern Long Island. And I'm glad this old KW1 is making it out. I got to finish. I got an 813 rig on the bench that I got to finish up. I got to finish the modulator and power supply and get that on the air. And got some other projects that I'm working on as well. But just need the time. Just need the time to do it. But anyway, I got to get out of here. I'm waiting for my wife to get home, so I'll say 73s to everybody on the channel. And thanks for letting me get in here. And Bill, good hooking up with you tonight. I don't think this is your first. I think it's our first contact. In fact, I know it's our first contact. And Brian, I know we worked before. I just couldn't remember your call. So, and Rich, if you're still listening, 73s to you. But I'm going to duck out. So catch you guys later. This is WA2PJP leaving the air.
All right. Whoops.
W2ENY, what's happening, fellas?
Hey, W2ENY. Hey, Joe, I'll see you later, man. Thanks for answering the CQ. Nice talking to you. And I guess I should start keeping a log. If I had one going, I'd put you in it. But I'll just have to say, you know, nice chatting with you, and I hope I catch you out here again real soon. W2BTK, I'll send it back to Brian and the other guys to say 7-3, and then let's pick up W2ENY. This is W2BTK.
All right, General. We'll see you later. Good catching up, KB3WFV. And Rich, are you still around?
Yep, 73s, guys. We'll catch you later.
Oh, Bob, how are you?
Good, man. Been busy the last couple of days. Working on the boat. Pressure washed my deck 2 days ago. I did finished doing the topsins on the teak yesterday, and today was just a crap day, so I stayed home and worked on my eBay stuff, and that's it, man. Now it's time for ham radio and drinks coming.
That's right.
There you go. So what microphone are you using right now?
I switched it around last time I talked. This is a, I don't even know how you say this. It's AKO. It's AK-30. It's one of these Chinese things that I picked up. It's got volume control on it, and it's got a little bit of echo in it. It runs off the PC. So I had to set up a new profile with the flex. So you know, so it tracks with the mic. I'm still figuring this stuff out, and I'm getting better at it. So I think things are good, man.
Oh yeah, they're fine. Sounds good. No, the only reason I was asking is I was poking around on your site there and looking at the handhelds and the headsets and other stuff there, and just got curious. That's all. I was just curious if that was one of the ones that you have up for sale all the time.
You know, some of this Chinese stuff that I get over here, this stuff works great, man. And I don't mean to be a crook or anything like that, but you know, other people can buy this stuff and modify it and use it for their own. But there's a lot of people out there that just want to buy it, get it in the box, and plug it in, and it works. And I'll tell you, man, my little side business has been fantastic. Since this pandemic, man, people are hanging out at home, and you just want to buy this stuff, plug it in, and have it work. And I'm grateful for that. But in any case, it's fun stuff to play with, man. You buy some of this stuff, and yeah, you got to screw around with it a little bit to get it working. And anyways.
I have to look at your headset thing again. I'm thinking about picking one up, and I pretty much settled on one. But hearing you just reminded me of what I saw on your site, so I'll have to go look again.
I'm looking at your QRZ page. That is a nice setup you got, man. Rob.
Oh yeah, the little bumper that I have in it. This house is built in like the early 1900s, and I got like a window over here, and you know, when I bought the house and got married back in 1985, this was the cool room, you know, so there was like a 45-degree angle that went down from the window in the floor. And then there was a spot like a, I don't know, like a maybe a 3-inch spot where it went into the ground. So if the coal got like wet or anything, it would drain into the ground. I had a sealer on it. I built up this, let's call it a stage or whatever. I just built the floor up. So my shack is only 4 foot tall, basically. And I got a whole bunch of stuff in there. Anyway, it's cool, and that's the way that it's been since 1985, so rock and roll.
Yeah, that reminds me of my setup when I was living at my parents' house. You know, I had a bedroom, man, and I had to sleep there, and my computer was there, and my shack was there. It was all like, when I ran out of room, I just started, it was like Manhattan. I just started stacking stuff, you know? But I liked that setup, though, you know? It was nice. Like, I was sitting right next to my antenna tuner. Like, if I got drunk and fell over and I was transmitting, I'd get electrocuted. And, you know, like, I could reach my hand over and touch my bed, and I could reach my other hand over and touch, like, my computer. Like, everything was right there. It was just my world. But little compact setups like that are not bad. But now that I have, like, I mean, I have this whole house, and I'm the only one that lives here, so I set my shack up in my living room, man. Like, all the transmitters are in the room behind me, and I'm out here in the living room at the operating position, and it's pretty cool too. But that's very, very efficient use of the space you got for your shack, man. I dig it. You got a lot of nice stuff in there, man. Like, I don't think I ever really looked at this before. It's a pretty impressive setup. I'm into it. W2BTK.
Yeah, man, it's all good. Good times. Hey, you know, back in, I want to say 1989, 1990, I moved out to Pittsburgh, and I was going with a job. The job transferred me out to Pittsburgh, and I was kind of looking at that, and I lived out in Coriopolis, right by the old airport, and oh man, they rented me a house out there. It was freaking great. It was a bachelor pad, and that was it, man. I had, take this, okay? I had a Johnson 500. I had a Henry 2K. I had a console. I had a Warrior. I had 2 Kenwood 930s. What else did I have? Probably an 830. Probably Kenwood 830. Johnson Matchbox. Man, I would connect up antennas, and I used all Radio Shack 300 ohm twin lead. I would hook up antennas outside, and these freaking neighbors would cut them down like the following day. I come home that night, and I'd operate all kinds of freaking power and stuff, and it was it was a blast. I love Pittsburgh. I still listen to the station after TV, and anyway, it was a good time, and like you're saying, it was like the bachelor pad. It was like I was the only guy living out there. My wife would come out with the kids every, twice a month or whatever. I'd go home for a weekend. I'd drive back out, and vice versa. But I loved it, and yeah, I had the total bachelor pad, man. I had all the radio equipment out there, and I forget where I was going with this, but anyway, yeah, it was a blast. Yeah, I lived out there for like 6 months, and it was good times. I sold off a lot of my older ham radio equipment. I'm kind of pissed off about that because I had like 2 KWS ones. I had 2.
Uh-oh.
The KWS ones, I had the power supply remoted, and I ran like PVC pipe to the power supply for the fan. And man, I loved all that old gear. And yeah, I sold it off because I was going to move to Pittsburgh, and I wanted somebody to have it, and blah blah blah. And well, that's where we are. W2OH.
Yeah, not bad. Remoting this setup was not that trivial. And I did it, and it didn't work for crap at first. I had to really iron the kinks out. Brian, you still out there?
Yeah, I'm reading up on Bob's headset here.
No, all right. Oh, yeah, I got the live stream running at this point. Pretty low key tonight, though.
Bob, are those over-the-ear headphone clips?
They're open air, so whether it's over the ear or on the ear, the headphones that I got, I mean, I think they're about I don't know, 2.5 inches on the inside diameter, but still they're nothing like they're not like closed cup, so you're still going to hear the outside environment come into it. So it doesn't really much matter.
Yeah, okay. So they're on ear open cup. All right, very cool.
Yeah, I've been playing the Hamfest game for forever, man. I think I went to my first Hamfest in like, I don't know, 1987 or something like that. And then I got on the bandwagon buying and selling and went all through those stages. And the bottom line is that I got caught up in eBay. Back in the day, when Bell Mobile, the Wild or Bell Murder. However, before you want to die to flat back in the mid 90s, I got out of all that, and then I put up a website and I started buying stuff, and I got into eBay and put up a website, and that was it. And 1997, I think, is when I put the website up, if I remember right. And yeah, I stopped going to Hamfest. Driving, get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and driving 3 hours home and stuff like that. It was just getting old, and I mean, it was fun, but I started to hate it. So doing internet business, and this whole thing took off. And I went to the Sussex Hamfest in Jersey this past summer. It's the first Hamfest I've been to in probably 20 years, and it was fun. It was the same people selling. It was kind of like SSDD. You know, it was kind of like the only thing that was different was I was there. But like 20 years before that, it looked exactly the same. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, those shows seem to be the same. You see one, you've seen them all, same vendor, same group. Just different hams. Well, it's certainly priced right. So it looks like the microphone is just an 1/8 inch jack, is it?
Yeah, exactly. The headset. Yeah, it's 1/8 inch jack. I sell it with the adapter. I don't want Ronald Ainsworth to get upset for a business video or anything. I'm just advising what's typically offered in these headsets. Anyway, yeah, it's all good. It's fun, and I enjoy it.
I think Ronnie got anything to say about it. You're talking about ham-related equipment, and I'm asking questions about its design. It's no different than you and I talking about the Flex radio over there. So what, the PTT and the mic go to the same 1/8 inch connector, or is it two separate ones?
They're separate. It's the adapter that would plug into the Flex or plug into your whatever radio has two pigtails on it. One's got a little red heat shrink on it. That's for the mic, and the other one is for the push to 12 inch center and sleeve, no ring.
I might try one. Alright, I'll think it over here. It looks like it's got some pretty decent frequency response.
It's electric element, man. It's like from DC to daylight. It's like 20 to 20K. And you can, you know what? If you're using it on your Flex through the PC, you use it through the PC. Or you go direct to the Flex. Either way.
Oh, I have two applications I'm thinking of. One's the TS480. That's that modular connection. And the other is going straight into the mixer. But you're saying it's electric, so it requires voltage from the radio?
Yeah, I'm good with the 480. The funny thing about the 480 is you got the resistor value is a little different than the others that I have. But yeah, if you're going into a mixer, you're gonna have to pass DC. So or however you're getting the DC, you're gonna either have to phantom it out to the mic, or with a DC block going into your mixer, or something like that. So yeah, you need yeah, it's like
Uh-oh.
You dropped out there, Bob, but it sounds like it's 8 or 9 volts to power the microphone then coming from the rig.
It's like 3 to minimum 3, max, I don't know, 12, 15, something like that. Yep. that works. But if you know, if you're running voltage from the radio, 5 volts, 8 volts, whatever, you just got to pass the DC through to where it plugs in there in the mixer. And you know what? You might have 12 volts or 8 volts or something like that on one of those, like 7805 or 7812 or one of those three.
Uh-oh.
What's his audio dropping out, Bill?
It's kind of what it seems like.
And the internet is like screwing with my flex.
Man, the audio problems I was having the other day was like I'm sending a lot of audio from this operating position back to the room behind me, and it like wasn't happy. So I eliminated the feed that came off all the audio processing, the low-level audio signal that went to the modulator, which was located in that room back there before. I just moved the modulator, which in my case is just a Crown Audio power amp, into this rack right over here beside me, and I send the high-level signal back to the transmitter. So that helps a lot with RF. No low signal. It's all like high-level 4-ohm output from the power amp, so it's like just fine. That solved a lot of issues I was having. But as far as all the other audio that comes in and out from here is just, I have my receivers out here, but I have to pipe audio from here back to my control relays, and from the control relays back here to get my transmit muting. But that doesn't seem to care about the RF, probably because I'm really not using it while I'm transmitting. It makes sense, right? W2BTK.
It's amazing how complicated those systems can become, Billy. I don't know, 5-10 years from now, you'll look at it and go, why the hell did I do it this way? I could have just done it this way.
W3MR.
There goes the neighborhood.
Uh-oh. What happened, Perry? There's no cool kids on 3085 tonight? Welcome to the QSO, man. Yeah, Brian, there's a lot of crap going on here, and it's especially complicated considering that it's all, like, old crap. I mean, like, my transmitters from the 50s, all this stuff, it's just, it is what it is. Go ahead, Perry.
What frequency are we on? 72-ish, I guess. No, like Don K1FV just like came in there and I can't hear him at all. And he's just going on and on and on and on, and the guys are all like talking up there. So I couldn't hear anybody. I can hear you guys though.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
There.
Yo!
Oh, you can't say that for Perry and me.
What's that, Dave?
You give me headaches. I give you headaches. Or is it the iPad that gives you headaches? Hello, Perry. Hello, Dave. Hello, Perry, Billy, and Brian.
Hey, Dave. And Brian. And Billy. And everybody's coming in strong here, and there's no piss weakers here.
Well, whoever was just transmitting on 3085 was strapping.
Blaine was pretty strapping.
Nothing gets out of a black hole until it explodes.
and Billy are... Everybody's strong. I don't know what... Yeah, everybody's strong.
And K1MB was on... he was on... We were talking here. This is 3872. He fired up on like 3869 and started calling CQ for a while. And then I guess he kind of got the message. He moved down to 3860, and there was a QSO going on there for a while, and then I guess that died and he came up to 3885. But it was kind of, I mean, not weird, that's just ham radio, but unusual.
Yeah, well, he, like, started talking about, like, weed butter. A little bit I could hear, that's what I got out of it. He was talking about weed butter and baking with it. Like, it just blew up the conversation with that.
Yeah, well, and people wonder why I say the things that I say about all of this. I mean, W2BTK.
I'm just trying to keep a level ground. W3MMR. Legal limit.
I took a picture on my pan adapter yesterday. Ryan, my son, and I were down here, and there was a guy on 20 meters that he was on sideband. I don't know what he was doing, out of Texas, big Texas. He had on the pan adapter, he was 12 kilohertz wide. It's still splattering.
Was it 12 kc of audio, or was it like 3 kc of audio with a lot of splash?
Billy, I would say 10 of it was just pure. I mean, he was on sideband. There was no carrier, but he was on both sides. I have that picture. I don't know if I have your email. I know I got Brian. Well, I got Brian and Perry's too. I'll show it to you. You guys can tell me what you think.
Yeah, double sideband. I think Perry's transmitter can do that.
Yeah, hold on. Let me...
Stop!
Get on! Yeah.
It's ready for the bowl.
Stop, make it stop.
I know, that was god-awful. And the carrier suppression wasn't that great. Like, you still had a little bit of a carrier, Perry. It was weird.
Alright, so I'm looking at it again. Actually, I don't think he was on both sides. He's definitely upper sideband and then just buckshotting on either side, it looks like. I'm going to send it to Brian, because I can send it to him quick. He'll take, maybe he can tell us what he thinks.
Brian, give him my number.
Okie dokie.
Well, maybe Brian, maybe he won't receive the email or the message to give me your number.
I thought you were going to text it to him or something.
Oh, I did. I emailed it to him, but he didn't respond to either one of us.
Yes, I did.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know what the point of the double sideband really is. I know that some transmitters can do that, but I don't really understand like when you would want to use that. It's kind of weird, like to get rid of the carrier. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what the purpose is either, honestly. Hey Perry, by any chance did you get that video I sent you?
I don't know. I didn't see it. Oh, here it is. I see it now. No, I'm gonna watch it right there, bro. I'm gonna watch it now.
Man,
By the fire pit. Drink W2E. I want to put y'all later on tonight or tomorrow. Come on.
See ya. Take care. Dave, before I watch this, what model GoPros are you using?
see you later, Rob.
7.
Thanks.
Yeah, the stability is absolutely a must. That's not the best mount I'm using in that video. I have it on my chest mount, which still bounces around a good amount. Normally I run it off my full face helmet, and your head kind of acts as a gimbal and is a little bit better. But it was a little hot that day, and I just didn't really feel like having that on my head, my face mask as well.
Yeah, looks really nice. Alright, I'm gonna watch this. This is cool. Oh, you uploaded it in 2K as well. Oh, in 4K too. I got
that GoPro 7 will do 4K, 60 frames per second. So that's usually how I run it, and I just carry 3 or 4 batteries with me.
Man, if you ever try to edit that raw 4K video, I mean, whew, you better have a serious computer.
Yeah, I remember we were talking about that yesterday, Billy. So when I built that PC, I told you I built that PC for the bike trainer, the smart trainer. It's like a gaming PC. So it's it's got the 27. I think it's the 2070 Ti that's in that. I built it last year, and 32 gigs of RAM is another thing that you need a lot of. But it does that pretty good in Adobe Premiere.
I use Power Director.
I think I've got DaVinci Resolve over here, and I haven't really cracked it open too much. Haven't been shooting a lot of video, but it's there. I think you said the CPU in that thing was like an i9 9700 or something, and a 2070 GPU. That's probably like bare minimum to edit 4K video and not get pissed off,
I don't do anything raw though, man. It's just I personally, don't see the advantage of what I'm trying to do, just taking it in, 4K, or excuse me, in 1080p at 60 frames per second, or 2K it's at 60 frames per second, and as little of a file size as you can to make it look decent, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, for us, we just got a pan adapter, and my pan adapter is not very good quality because I used NDI to pipe it from the SDR computer to this computer, and it's a little laggy and a little pixelated, but everything else is pretty sharp. But I built this machine for 1080p, 60 frame everything, streaming, video, and gaming, but it like crushes at 1080p. Like if I play games, I get 160 frames, it's crazy. But so I could probably do 2K no problem, but I'm not. I'm just sticking at 1080p and enjoying the blazing fast performance, until people are like, oh, you're 1080p, oh, you suck. But that hasn't happened yet. 1080p is still pretty cool.
Yeah, when I was doing my recordings, I've been doing a lot of live streaming lately, but when I was doing a lot of recordings, putting my intro on it and all that stuff, I would
always producing an MPEG. What's it? 264 AVC. An MP4 file. MPEG 4 file. 1080p at 60 frames per second, and they always came out really good. And that was, that would make the pan adapter look, very, very nice. And that's what I would do with my, when I use my Nikon, my D3200, filming at the other station, I produce it at 30 frames per second, because that won't do 60 frames. That'll do 30 frames, but it still comes out really nice.
Yeah. H.264 is pretty cool, but I'm not using that anymore since I got this 2060 Super GPU. I use the NVENC hardware encoder, and that has basically similar settings to like medium 264, which is really hard on your CPU. But this thing, I mean, my CPU is at like 2% right now. The GPU is doing all the work, and it's like the 20 series, so they have those touring, whatever the chip is, it's the touring chip, so it's a little better than the 10 series. I don't know, I'm really happy with it. What GPU do you have, Perry?
Well, I'm using the NVENC or whatever it is for my encoder for OBS for streaming. I have a NVIDIA 1060 a GTX 1060 Ti, and it does everything I need it to do.
Yeah, those are badass. That's the older NVENC, which is still really good, but the 20 series has a different hardware encoder in it. It's a little better quality, and considering like I just bought all this crap, yeah, you got the 20 series, but now then these 30 series are gonna come out in September, so Moore's Law, bam.
That's how it works, man. Yeah, well, everything I got here, like, for what I do works fine. Like, when I produce those videos, it uses 100% of my CPU. Like, I don't run, I can run the radio at the same time, but my CPU percentage is pegged. Even with the SDR program closed, it's still pegged. My GPU percentage is, gets up there pretty high as well. But this thing my GPU has a fair amount of memory. Like I said, this thing works really good without any crap outs, like anything like that. The thing boots up in a second. I run 2 monitors, 4K, well it's 2K, 27-inch 2K, and a 24-inch 1080p. And you always run the SDR, obviously, always, usually streaming. And then always watching something in the background, streaming, cable TV in the background, or streaming on the internet.
Yeah, I think it's got, what has it got, 4 gigs? I don't know. I got in all this benchmarking crap too. I've been running benchmark tests on all my stuff because it's fun.
Oh yeah, that stuff is so addictive, man. Running the benchmark tests, and then they compare it to other people's benchmark tests. Man, that stuff can drive you crazy. You end up going in there trying to overclock. Oh, let me just get a little bit more. Then you push the machine to the point where it's running great for like 10 minutes, and then it just shuts down.
Oh. Oh yeah, I've been overclocking quite a bit. This Ryzen CPU is it's an animal, man, and I've got like a way overkill CPU cooler on it, so I can kind of let it rip. This thing is out of the box. It's supposed to be 3700, and I've clocked it up to 4400 stable, like no problem. Running about 20 degrees Celsius hotter than it does stock, but able to sustain it and hold it. And it overclocked the GPU too, but this thing, it's like kind of overclocked out of the box, so when you do more, it's just less and less stable. But yeah, it's amazing when you clock stuff up. If you're able to keep it cool, like, you get crazy performance out of stuff. And it's addicting as hell.
Yeah, it is. I know Brian loves computers, so I can't believe he hasn't chimed in here. Maybe I'll chime in after this. He could talk about his love of computers. But, when I edit the videos, believe it or not, I do it from a laptop, and I just remote connect to the gaming PC. And even that, believe it or not, works. I mean, the laptop doesn't have a high-end GPU in it, but I'm able to edit those 4K 60 frame per second videos from the laptop most of the time. So I just do it from my laptop. I can do it from upstairs, and then when I'm rendering it, I just I let it go render and then disconnect and then continue using the laptop. I haven't run into any real laggy issues on the video. Now, like the video I just sent to Perry, I mean, I just did like the basic. I cut out all the slow parts. I didn't really do a lot of, fancy things. So it's basically the video. But sometimes I'll go in there, I'll slow things down, back things up, add a few graphics. But yeah, I'm surprised at how well that works, even at 4K. Anyway, and then, I don't know, Brian, where'd you go? What'd you think of that picture I sent you?
That's a big signal. I sent it to Perry and Billy.
Yeah, he was splattering all over the group that was below him.
Well, were they saying something about it?
Yeah, I believe it got pretty tense. It was a foreign station, and it got pretty heated. It's Americans.
Dude, that's horrible.
Isn't it massive?
Yeah, and he doesn't, look, you can see the red part is his audio bandwidth, and everything else there is just splatter. Oh my god, like, I don't even know how you would, like, get something that splattery. What the hell? He's running like, he's running a 24 peel Fat Boy or something. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
Yo. Look at that.
That's god awful, isn't it? That's hard to do.
Yeah, that's literally, I mean, over 25 kHz.
You're taking 3 kc of audio and making it that wide. That's like, oh. The only time I've ever seen signals that bad was like on the CB and stuff. And guys running high power, they're running their amplifiers in Class C and like, exceeding 0 volts, just as they say, baselining real bad. And well, yeah, that happens then. But like, Jesus, a single sideband signal on 20 meters. Is like rivaling some of the worst signals I've seen on CB.
Like, where was this guy located? Did you look his call up?
Oh, I did. I wonder if it's in my QRZ history. I did. He was out of Texas. And for giggles, guys, I'm live streaming on YouTube. The most boring live stream video ever.
see this. Nice sock.
Do you like the sock? Oh, how'd you? Oh, because you know my channel name. Do you like the sock?
That thing's epic.
You have to wait until he adorns it. Yeah, you definitely need to see what it looks like when my wife comes down for ladies' night. It looks a little different.
It's like blankets and it's dark and the candles are lit.
No, only the microphone is different.
That's awesome. The one night I'm not live streaming.
This has got to be the most boring live stream ever. I mean, I don't even. It's just me watching it. I was just curious to see. I don't think I've ever live streamed on YouTube. My son's like, Dad, you can't do that. You got to get like OBS and do all these wedges and stuff. I don't even know what the hell he was talking about.
Widgets. No, you don't need to do all that stuff. I mean, you can do it like literally from your phone and just set your phone up and press go live. A lot of guys do that, like on 11 meters. They'll set their phones up on, they'll do it on Facebook and, set it right in front of their S meter on their Cobra 29 and live stream that way. It's pretty cool, man, And a lot of guys will build like these interface cores to plug into their, like some like with the iPhones and stuff, you can plug them, basically directly into the speaker jack of the radio, so the audio is pretty decent. It's not just like holding the microphone up to the speaker.
Man.
I'll have to check it out. I must admit, though, it's a little bit more fun watching your all's live streams than it is having mine set up here.
Live streams are a lot of fun, but this one didn't get nice until recently. Like, my first streaming setup was my iPhone, and that was basically a joke. And then I had the crappy Mac Mini from 2006 that I was trying to stream on, and I got really fed up really quick. But now, I can actually do stuff.
No, I go through my spurts, man. I get, more motivated to do it some days and others. I don't know. I just don't like having the camera on me a lot of the times either. That gets annoying.
Yeah, I guess you better not forget that you're on the camera and do things that, well, I mean, they're not like hideous, like pick your nose or something.
See, I don't care.
So I don't like it.
Oh, nice stringy bastards.
You get used to it, man.
You start falling asleep,
When I first started streaming, it was hard because, I'd be picking my nose. I'd totally forget I was on camera. But after doing it for about a month, damn well you're on camera and you're just used to it, That's all. I just picked my nose on stream because you guys were talking about it. Everyone saw. And there, look, I'll do it again. Nice.
Well, somebody's listening to your live stream there, Billy.
Yeah, I got Dave just came in here, and my buddy Rich from the ham club down there that was right by my parents' house. Ooh, my ears are popping. There's a couple other homies in here. It's, Andy's in here. He's a fellow metalhead. We've got Bruce popped in. We've got K4BBN in here. There's a few. I think there's a few people in here.
I mean, this really does take amateur radio into a whole new dimension, doesn't it?
And Toby too. And yeah, dude, it's what's cool about this, man? there's been like a bunch of non-hams who've come in here and hung out for a while and been like, hey, like, how do I get licensed, and like talk about it. And at least 2 of them, actually I think 3 now, have gone out and got licensed and like came back and been like, yo, like I passed the test, I got my ticket, and it's amazing, you know. It makes me so happy. But yeah, it's like, it's totally attracting people to the hobby. But you can tell I'm a metalhead. You hear my phone going off. That's probably a junk call. Give me a sec. W2BTK.
Where's Clark when we need him for the prank phone call scam jam? So Brian, has business got a little crazy since the governor has kind of opened things up a little bit?
Business has been busy as hell in Pennsylvania. In my business, anyway.
Do you do the same kind of work that Brian does?
Yeah, I work on cars for a living, yeah. I run a Meineke car care center here, about 3 blocks from my house.
Oh, damn. Nice, so you can get up and walk to work.
Yeah, but I don't. I should. But man, it's like, it's not like I don't have the motivation to do it in the morning. It's not having the motivation to want to do it after working for 10 hours in, 90-degree heat.
Yeah, I get it. Well, you can always bike to work. You'd get yourself up, get yourself in good shape, and then come down and ride in the Bird, Stokesville, Virginia with us. What'd you think of that video? Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, that was a pretty good video. And I almost bought one of those, that same model GoPro. Then I ended up buying a Nikon, like, D3200 camera. When I used to ride a bike a lot when I was younger. I did a lot of biking when I was like in my teenage years, and like all throughout my childhood, all I did was ride my bike for miles and miles in my childhood, like with friends, and like rode my bike way further than my parents ever knew that I was riding my bike. And when my father moved to Jersey, like I had like my friends' houses were 5 or 6 miles away, so I'm like riding my bike on a backcountry road and a BMX bike. In Woodstown. Well, I went to high school in Woodstown, but I grew up in Elmer, in Salem County.
I grew up in Oldbridge, down in Middlesex County.
There you go. Yeah, it's a little further north there. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. I gotta make some dinner, man. I got home from work and I literally just sat down in the operating chair and got on here like an addict. So we're gonna go get a bite to eat. We'll be back in a bit. There's a whole tonnage of people in here. Dave and Billy and Brian and others. This is W3MMR. We'll be back. Don't miss me.
Perry, just order a pizza like I did.
No, stop, man. You're a bad influence.
I got pizza, cheesy garlic bread, and garlic knots. And I didn't even eat the pizza. I just ate all the garlic bread and garlic knots.
You need to do that with some nice 20-year-old starch.
I didn't hear that other station is off frequency a little bit, but I don't know, it came in weird on my end. I don't know, Billy. I guess maybe you guys picked them up. Billy, I'm going to say I'm glad that, so we got your audio, we got your video. I'm glad we don't get the opportunity to catch the breath coming off of you. Your microphone is probably hating you, though. I think you said like 6 things you just ate with garlic in it.
Yeah. And Dave commented, is that WG3FU? Maybe, I don't know. Whoever it was, I had that frequency notched out because somebody was throwing carriers on it like the whole time we were in QSO. So when they finally keyed up and said something, all I got was so no copy here.
Alrighty, is that a little better?
That's way better.
It started off like it did the first time, but then it came in perfectly clear.
Okay, I'm a little bit... What do you mean it started off poorly?
It started off garbly and then cleaned up, and then your second go around you were fine. Is that Ken?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you're fine now, Ken. Other than you might be 1K up.
I'm on 3872. What are you on?
I'm on 3872. My PAN adapter shows your signal coming in a little high. I don't know, Billy, do you see the same thing? Maybe it's just me.
I see you spot on, but I might be off a little. Yes, I am off a little. Hang on. There we go. That's probably a little better. My apologies.
Hey, who de-hellified a Ranger for you in 1985?
Transmissions?
Okay, that was a good double. All I heard was who and then doubling.
Billy now. I'm watching Billy on video to make sure he's not keying up. I was asking Ken, what did you figure out what was causing the issue with when it was coming in garbled?
I've been having a little bit of weird issue with my sequencer over here. So hopefully it's sort of squared itself away by now. But I've just been trying various audio configurations to get it to go correctly and not have any issues. So I think I'm onto it, but yeah, you never know. Steady as we go, so to speak, you know?
Yeah, copy that. It came back for the first 2 words you said on that last go around, but other than that, it's good. Although you do sound a little different than what I've heard you in the past.
Yeah, I've taken some equipment out of line. I've been having issues with my equalizer, but I might just switch channels on it later. I actually need to disassemble. I'm going to be moving shortly soon. Little by little, I'm taking bits and components out of line here and making them, transporting them down. So hopefully things will come back to okie dokie, but we'll see what happens. So, yeah, that's about it.
Hey, who de-hellified a Ranger for you in 1985?
That was Mr. Calhoun. Why ask?
He's in my stream right now. The ape man himself. And he told me to ask you that.
Oh, yeah. He was the individual that actually not just got me interested, but mentored me into the hobby. Out of the world of 11-meter mayhem. So, yeah, that was a very, very good, very interesting portion of my life. And not just because of him, because of a number of reasons, but mainly in terms of this hobby. He was the major man, the Elmer, if you would. He who had leadeth me beyond the hills.
Hey, well, we have that in common. He did the same thing for me. And I'm running an Ape Man special amplifier right now, believe it or not.
Oh, that's pretty cool. When I knew him, he had just bought an old Johnson 500. And the thing was horribly beaten up. And he took the time to rebuild it and get it right and get it on the air. Wow. Yeah, it was a long, long time ago, man. Wow. You talk about bringing up old memories of days gone by. That would be it.
He was on the air with that 500 last night.
Yeah, I believe you. I believe you.
It's got a new final or something like that, though.
Alrighty, I just took a couple of things out of line here. And brought one in. And brought the other. And now that one in. Okay, I can see what's going on. I'm going to leave the other two out and just leave this one in line and see what happens. This is the opto compressor that I have now. I'm just messing around with the processor here.
Well, I like those opto compressors, man. They're real quick. Like, real quick. I usually throw those on, like, snare drums and crap that have real snappy transients and stuff. Get them. That's, what kind of processor is that you've got the option to switch, like, compressor types?
Well, the audio air chain on this side is an RE27 mic. And I have the center frequencies de-emphasized on the mic. And then I go into an ultra voice, basically a digital. And there I have the tube emulation turned on. So I have that engaged. And I don't have it turned up too terribly hot, but just a little bit. Then I go through an opto compressor. This is all within the 2496 piece of equipment, the Ultra Voice. And then that comes out and it goes into breakaway broadcast processor. That is a fully digital broadcast processor for AM audio. That's running on a standalone server here in the shack. And then that comes out through into an Intellics distribution amp. And that goes down into the dual feedback ladder of the transmitter. And the transmitter I'm using today is the Collins 20V2. It's a pair of 41000s modulating a pair of 41000s. Hopefully it's at least reasonably clear and good.
Well, you sound great. Yeah, you're like out of the box, in the box, out of the box. That's nice. Breakaway. You must be paying for it because I don't hear any ads. But dude, I can tell that you hung around Dave because you're running a DA. He's big on those, man, and he got me into those. It gets all your grounds common, and oh man, you got to stick a DA in there, a distribution amp. I've got some of the Wohlers that were decommissioned from NBC. I've actually got 3 of them here, and oh man, it's good stuff. Excellent, fine business. W2BTK.
From Whiskey Golf 3, Fox United. Yeah, I can actually probably go with narrowing up my audio a little bit. I'm running about 16 wide right now. How do you find me on your screen? Am I too wide or not?
Oh hell no! You're nice and tight. There's something going on just around 3860, and then there's a QSO on 3885, and like you could go wider. There's nothing in between. I'm probably yeah. I'm not even reaching out that far. So if you want, man, let it rip.
No. I try to be a good neighbor whenever I can and keep things nice and clean. You know. I've found that at the end of the day, being good is always a whole lot better. So whenever possible, I keep it neat and tight. It just works out better that way.
Ken, I have you about 8.8K total.
Half as wide as me.
Yep, about the same.
I'm running about 7.5 on either side.
Yeah, that time you came up about 10K wide.
See, that's the thing. When I just speak normally, most of my vocal energy is pretty pulled in. But then if I do stupid stuff like go, tss, 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 you see it. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, wow. Yeah. You added about another 10K.
Ooh, nice.
Ken, your sound right now,
Like you have a much more natural sound. It's a little bright, but
it almost sounds like
I'm talking to you not over the air, not through a microphone. I mean, like face to face. If anything, I would say just a little bright, but it sounds really natural.
Well, that's what I'm trying to emulate at the end of the day. I mean, I have a naturally deep voice to begin with, so to get things, you know, at least halfway tipping along as it may be. I'm just trying to make sure all the gain in the right places and stuff like that. Well, it's all panning out. So now that I'm done playing with it, I can actually sit down and relax and see what's going on. So, what have I missed and what's new in the proverbial zoo?
Well, I remoted my operating position. I used to be in the. If I'm live streaming right now, you can actually see me at the operating position. If you go to my QRZ page, the link is there. But if you do log in, there's a stone wall behind me, and that's the shack. All the transmitters and noisy and stuff that makes heat is in there. And I moved out here into my living room, so I've literally been working on that for the past couple weeks, building a new computer and trying to gear up to do like these live streams, you know, and not have blower noise in the background and just more pleasing aesthetics. It's really, really nice here in the living room, and it's more of a dungeon feel in the shack. And Dave says FU thinks YC156 is suck. Why do you think YC156 is suck? They're the best. You know? Check it out, man. iMac.
No, man. YC156 is a way delicate tube. It's just not made for anything transmitting. It was a pulse tube intended strictly for use in the MRI machines. And to convert it out, it just does not hold the water. You're much better off going with their broadcast cousins, the 3CX10000B7 or the 3CX15000B7. Those were made as broadcast tubes, but to be honest, any of that Bravo line series or the 5000 series, YC156, YC179, no. If you really want something that is going to be decent, go out and get yourself a nice 3CX10000A7, and that's the tube to use. Yes, you can go with a 3CX3000A7, the old 3x3, but if you're going to do that, you might as well go through the time, trouble, hassle, and expense and pop a 10,000 in. Anybody who just stops at a 3x3 probably has no inclination to actually set up the infrastructure necessary for anything more popular. But I have seen so many grids popped on those YCs, it is not funny. I have seen those puppies go left, right, and center, just one after the next. It was ridiculous. And, there's only so much of that you can see in the world and have to fix for other people before at the end of the day you're left with one and only one conclusion. The tube is really too delicate to be playing with, and unless you build an amplifier that is going to be purely sideband, not even CW, and certainly not any of the higher duty cycles, it's just going to wind up being trouble for you in the long run. I know two guys right now who want me to repair theirs, and I'm just waiting for parts before I go and fetch them, and they are the YC156 type amplifier. One is going to be converting over to a 3x3, and I have not yet heard what the other guy wants done with his, but both of them are stepping away from that sort of a delicate type of tube. I hope that is pretty much a roundabout explanation, but it should be more accurate than not.
Well, would you mind giving me a signal report, please? This is W2BTK on Montana Mountain in New Jersey.
Let me have it again.
All right, here you go. Putting it right where you can get it. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 5.
You're about an S5. The audio is clear, no problem. All okie dokie for what it's worth. Your audio, if it was me, I would be using a more robust audio chain. I think your audio chain is lacking a little, but that's just because of your presence. It's not in the room with me, so to speak, if you know what I'm saying. But your signal is clear enough, and at 5 over 9, I'd say you're certainly strong enough to be heard with no issues.
Oh man. Well, yeah, I'm running a YC156. It's nice if you run the voltage high enough, they behave just fine. You can't run them at 3 or 4 kilovolt. You got to run it at 6. But I've never, one time when I turned it all the way up, I actually saw the grid meter move a little bit, but other than that, it just sits there and really doesn't move. But man, that's brutal. Oh.
necessary. For the last roughly 5 years now, I've been fixing a number of amps for a number of people. And every time those YCs come across my door front, it's always the same thing. People blow out the grids on those so very easily. What type of power are you driving that puppy with?
It's the Viking 2 turned way down to like maybe 15 or 20 watts. And this amp has been around since the 90s. It was owned by a blind guy. So, you know, he wasn't watching the grid meter. And he owned it for 16 years before I started using it.
Hey, if you got your hold of a decent tube, then ride the wave as it may be. But if it's me now, I have an RF deck over here that is, it's got 2 holes in it, and pretty soon I'm going to get a couple of tubes to fill those holes, but it's not for AM use. I mean, I'm sitting here with a Collins 20V2. It's a pair of 4x1s modulating a pair of 4x1s. I don't think I need anything more than this in terms of an AM transmitter. Receivers, I have a couple of receivers that were gone over by Mr. Mills down in Harper's Ferry. I have another Collins 75A4 and an old R390A that has been highly modified with a new modern digital VFO, amongst a bunch of other things, and new audio circuits and such. But at the end of the day, you know, it's 2 very nice receivers. Right now I'm listening on a QS1R. It's an SDR receiver, and it's running off of the same server here in the shack that the audio is running off of. In fact, I'm actually got it rigged so I can actually see my own audio waveforms here, and it's quite cool. I can see it on a receiver and both on a waterfall as well as a I basically can see it all and where my peaks and my valleys are, and the waterfall is of course pretty cool because it tells me basically how wide I am, very near in the way it is. But yeah, if you're having good luck with that, I say God bless. Keep running it the way you are, because it's obviously doing well for you. But for myself and most others out there who aren't smart enough to treat them with kid gloves, they go bad quite quickly. So hats off to you. You got it running, and you got it running good. I've always said, if you got something that's good and you like it, don't mess with it. But at the end of the day, yes, I can make it into something else if something goes wrong for you. In fact, there's probably a number of people out there who could do it, or at least help you do it one way or the other. But me, I won't have another one of those amps. I did back in 2010. I actually had one myself. It was good playing. I heard about the tube. I had to put one together for myself. I was running mine at 6,500 volts, and it lasted quite a long time. But at the end of the day, you really can't drive those puppies heavily and expect them to live long. But hey, it is what you is. But you gotta realize, none of the tubes I have ever dealt with, literally ever, in the YC family, or anywhere close to new. They were all down at least 80% because they were medical pulls. So you gotta bear that in mind as well. Maybe you have an amplifier there with somebody who was wise enough to purchase one new and not chase a medical pull. In which case, yeah, you can probably expect a good long life if you continue to treat it nicely the way you are.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a used tube when, you know, it was a pull. But as long as, pretty much what Dave explained to me was, don't ever try to run them less, you know, lower than 6 kV. Never, ever, 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 ever exceed 100 mils of grid, which is honestly hard to do. Like I said, the grid meter barely moves when I use it. And yeah, I don't know. I must just be lucky. But if I do blow it up, I got to reach out, or, you know, have Dave come over here, or maybe VMC or somebody, you know?
Well, not a problem. Like I said, there's a number of us out there who can assist one way or the other. But yeah, as it goes, you got something good. Like I said, ride the wave.
Whee! Where did we chase everyone away? W2BTK.
Whiskey Golf 3 Fox United.
Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. Yeah, Brian. I thought maybe Brian stepped outside for a few. Maybe he'll be back. So I had to look up what a YC156 even was. Really, that's a huge tube. I guess I'm kind of curious. Ken, you said if something happens to it, you can help make it into something else. What is the something else that you can do with a tube like that?
Just stick a 15 in.
What I've done for people is I've removed the grid circuit,
strap
in a socket, put in another tube, replaced the filament circuit, and basically got them up and running, recalibrated the tank, and used a whole different tube, a more robust tube like the 3CX3000 on the small end. And I've gone as high as the 3CX15000A7 on the high end. It's all a matter of what you want to do and how you want to do it, as well as what you have for a power supply. If you switch over to 3x3, then, 4500 is...
So do I get my news from TV?
You want to run in terms of plate voltage, and you'll need about 2.5 amps at that to go right. If you go up higher into the 10s and the 15s, then you're going to be looking at 7500 on the plate, and probably the better part of about 4 amps or more. So, it's all a matter of what you want and where you want to go with it. To make it into something bigger and better is not really difficult. It really isn't. You have about 75-80% of what you're going to need right there already.
Pretty crazy coming out here on 80 a.m. I don't know, it's probably, I guess I've been doing it now for a couple weeks. Maybe a month now. It just amazes me how much I just do not even know. I've never even seen that tube before. If someone showed me that thing, I would have been like, I don't know. Is it the flux capacitor?
I mean, it's a...
that has handles. Anyway.
It's basically a 15, it's got 15 internals, but it's got a 5,000 anode. So you need a crap load of airflow if you're going to run one too.
That is very, very true.
And I mean like a crap load of airflow.
Yeah, you have a big room back there, Billy. I saw you open up the door the other day. Well, yeah, you went to check on your cat. Yeah, learn something new every day. Pretty cool. I'm still trying to figure out these e-rigs that some of these guys are running. I see the guy's website. I see he's got a parts kit. Still trying to figure out that whole thing.
E-rigs are, I mean, they're cool. They're really efficient. But the FETs that everybody's using for it, they really are only effective from like 7 megahertz and below. They're just not fast enough to go higher. But nowadays they have these like SiC silicone something whatever FETs, and those are a lot faster. You get the correct gate capacitance and they work up, you know, way up there. But it's the difference between like a couple dollars for a FET and like $15 per FET. So I don't think many people are building them yet, but they're cool. There's a lot of people that run them out here, that's for sure, and they all sound good and have good signals, and you know, but they're stuck on 75 meters and 160 for the most part. That's one of the major drawbacks. And also, like, I think, I'm not sure about this, but I feel like Class E, it might cause cancer. I don't know. I might be talking out of my butt.
Wow. So cause can't be because of the way they radiate RF, or what? What's the deal with that?
No, I'm just making stuff up. Honestly.
Alright. I was just say, kind of like you, Billy, I don't vape, but I have a weakness for cigars. Like, one a day cigar type of deal.
Yeah, that'll do too, but I don't know, the vape, I make my own vape juice, so it's not like I'm buying mystery stuff. It's like I buy vegetable glycerin, and I buy flavorings, specifically flavorings that don't contain stuff like diacetyl and all that crap that gives you the popcorn lung and this and that. There's safety data sheets for all of it. You can go through them and see what's in it, and then pick what you buy. And I feel like it's a lot safer like that over doubling. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was a perfect double. It may have been a new station. I don't know, because the frequency was up just a tad high, and I know Ken came down on frequency.
Well, who was that?
I don't know. I don't know if that was Ken or a new station, but Billy, you won out for most of it.
Sorry.
I think it might have been me. Whereabouts are you located?
Who, me?
Yeah, I'm not used to having people step on me and winning out. Usually when it comes to those kind of oopsies, I normally win those things, but I'm just curious as to what kind of distance is between you two guys, and where am I in relation to your stations?
Well, this is grid score FN20LR.
And Ken, as you know, I'm about 8 miles away from Brian. So right now, yes, I don't know, it's a little weird, Billy, you slipped down in frequency just a tad bit.
That's my drifty tube VFO. But in case you don't feel like looking up my grid square, this is Washington, New Jersey.
Oh, that makes sense. So the distance between you is way shorter than between me.
I guess. Where are you, Dave?
In New Jersey as well, right?
I was was a bit of a double.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to beat out anybody, but Ken, you're up in New Jersey as well, right?
No, sir. I'm up here in Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Oh, gotcha. You know, Ken, I must have you mixed up with the other Ken, KB3WFV's husband.
I couldn't tell. I have no idea who that is.
Ooh, you turned it up, I can tell. I'm about 4 miles from the PA border here on Montana Mountain.
Okay, so you guys are out in New Jersey bantering back and forth. No wonder you're talking over me.
Now, Ken, I'm down in southern Maryland. I apologize. You do sound kind of similar to and I can't think of his call sign right now. Billy, you know who I'm talking about. Carrie's husband, Ken.
Yeah, KC2UDZ, right?
Yeah, so I apologize, Ken. I the whole time I thought you were somebody else. But I hadn't heard Ken talk that much, just occasionally. So, anyways, yeah, I'm down in Maryland. I'm in southern Maryland. I'm in Calvert County. We're about 20 to 25 miles south of Annapolis.
Alrighty then. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. And together we put together a nice little isosceles triangle here. But yeah, no, I've been pretty much running with the same power level all evening here, so I'm not overly surprised that I am being heard. I'm just surprised that you guys were able to talk over me back and forth to each other. That doesn't happen terribly often when I'm running this rig, so touche, well done.
YC156, baby.
Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel here. Ken, you're sounding good. Your rig definitely sounds good. It's definitely coming in strong. I don't know what you're running there. What are you running?
I'm running a Collins 20V2. It's a commercial broadcast transmitter. It's a pair of 41000s modulating a pair of 41000s.
Okay. Yeah, another radio I'll have to look up. I'm still learning this whole AM thing. I'm running a Flex 6400 into an Ameritron AL80B amplifier.
Okie dokie. Yeah, you got a darn good signal for that, I have to admit. Darn good signal. What are you putting out on a carrier out of that little lamp?
I'm running, it looks like right now I'm running 105 watt carrier and peaking, I don't know what I'm peaking. I'll have to change my setting here real quick to see what I'm peaking at. Peaking at 600 or 700 watts.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And as for that little YC156 powerhouse, what are you doing out of that puppy?
I started out around 300 watts, and it looks like it's drifting up. And just under 350 carrier.
No, that's not too bad. Not too bad. I'm button on 368. Smack on the nose. 368 every time I key up over here. She's all regulated via the screen resistors to be at that level. Yes, I can unleash the beast, as it were. but I don't do that at all. That only just is asking for problems and issues, but at the end of the day, you're both sounding very, very good for what you got set up there. Excellent. And, yeah, bully. Go for it.
Yeah, my location is stupid, man. Like, it's a combination, I think, of ground conductivity and the terrain and my altitude, but sometimes I get out here with, like, 10 watts carrier and I get like 20 over signal reports, so it's kind of a magic spot. Like I'm able to do stuff that I really shouldn't be able to do.
What am I doing on your S meter? I'd be curious to know that much.
I don't have an S meter, but if I I have an SNR for you. You're 60 dB above the noise.
Alrighty, well, I got about a S4 noise over here, and both of you guys are 5 dBs over 9 on my receiver, so that is excellent, excellent signals.
Fine business. Yeah, that Collins is, I'm looking at a picture of one, man. Those are beautiful.
If you go to my QRZ page, you'll actually see it there.
Hey, Cam, what's your call sign? I want to check it out.
It's Whiskey Golf 3, Fox United, WG3FU, or as I like to say, why go 3 floors up?
Man, yeah, look at that thing. That's a really good picture of it, too. Better than any of the Google images that I found through search. Wow. Look at that thing.
Why, thank you very much. I do appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, that is pretty freaking cool looking. That's awesome.
And he's got the R398 receiver and all that good stuff. Man, yeah, it's a good station. Look at that. Studio A, Studio B. Well, you got it going on, man.
Oh, thank you very much. But I'll be moving out of Studio A up here in Erie and moving down to Pittsburgh shortly, so I need to get things coordinated and aligned for that move. Now, moving this AM transmitter is going to be an absolute beast. I'm sure I'm going to have to hire that out to somebody who is much stronger than I at this point in my life, as well as somebody I can trust not to bash it up as they move it. So I'm going to have trouble with that. A lot of people these days really don't give a crap about your belongings. They'll get it out there and just, totally, whatever's more convenient to them, they'll destroy it if they have an opportunity. So that's another thing I'm looking towards. Oh yeah, what great fun.
Ken, I would recommend looking for some piano movers. Maybe you've already thought about that, but those guys generally will specialize in handling your equipment with care, and obviously used to moving heavy equipment that's difficult to move when it comes to pianos. How much does that thing weigh?
Well, I'd have to say that all up, it's probably every bit of a ton.
And on changing it, but I'm working on.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy. Wow. Yeah, that'll be fun to move.
It'd definitely be deconstructed, as they say, and then moved and reconstructed. So I'm going to have some fun there. At the end of the day, I think with enough people and with the proper equipment and such, it will be able to be relocated. So that's going to be a major task to undertake. But hey, if it wasn't fun, then, you know, why would we do it?
You got to take all the tubes and iron out of it, and I guess before you move it, I would. And just move that yourself.
Well, I'm definitely going to be in the supervisor's chair when it does get moved, but I honestly do not think I will be moving it myself. It is far too unwieldy and way too heavy. Even the individual components to this thing, it far and exceeds anything that I would undertake as an individual. I mean, I've moved 20 V2s before, but never one modified to this level. So the heavy metal in here far exceeds the heavy metal in a normal 20 V2.
I meant, like, take all the iron and tubes out and move those yourself and let the piano movers, you know, take the refrigerator.
Yeah, I like that refrigerator. Yeah, that's about the size of it too, I'll tell you. But, we'll see. Chances are I will be disassembling it, and we'll see how it goes for the reassembly, but it's just right now a matter of time. I got to do a lot of measurements and make sure that where it's going is going to have sufficient room. And of course I have to make sure that the power line and everything else that's going to be needed is readily available. You know, that whole sort of patootie. I haven't even begun to look at the landing site yet. So it's nothing I'm going to have to worry about in short term. Little by little I'm getting all the other bits and pieces cleared out of here, and that's probably going to be that at the end of the day.
Yeah, at least move those 41000s yourself. Take them out, wrap them up real tight, and just put them in your car when you go. I mean, geez, I can't imagine replacing 4 of those, man.
Oh no, those are definitely going to be those and the chimneys for them. Those 8 little components are going to be wrapped up and boxed up and treated like kid gloves the whole way through. Those I'm familiar with, you know, moving and shipping and what have you, so when it comes to things like that, I will be very cautious. But like I said, it's probably going to be one of the last things removed from the QTH. So I still have to get an antenna in the air down there, and the whole rest of the Katootie. I'm not going to have a tower, but I will have a nice 6-inch round aluminum mast with roughly 3/8 inch walls, and it's going to be approximately a 120-foot mast, so I will have an antenna up above the tree level. And I'll be going from a dipole, which I'm using now, to a doublet, and the doublet itself is going to be 160 feet each leg, and that's going to be done specifically with ladder lines so that I have an extended double ZEP on this band, and that's going to be positioned in a north-south direction. So I would be able to pretty much cover, actually it's more northwest, southeast, pretty much to cover everybody that I talk to on a casual basis. I'm not looking to do any DXing or anything like that.
6-inch diameter, 125-foot aluminum mast. Jesus. That's not all one piece. What are you using, like IMC or 3/8 wall? Where do you get stuff like that?
It's off of two military verticals. I bought two AB 1276 military verticals. They're actually cage verticals. They're two 60-foot antennas that are meant specifically for the 80-meter band, and I am not going to be able to erect those the way I wanted to originally, which was in a pair of verticals, so that I'd have some gain and directionality out of it. So I had to go a different plan, and the different plan was to take those masts, which again are, it's a military antenna. So I'll take those two masts, I'll put them together as a single mast. I'll have a derrick to pull it up with, and I have a tilt base for it. It comes with the antenna, so it's of equal size and heft, and it will handle the mast. The mast will be grounded, so that I will have to come away from the mast by about 3 feet with a standoff, and I already have the standoff that I'm going to be using. It's actually a fiberglass standoff, so I'll be coming off of that by about 2.5 to 3 feet, and that's where I'll hang my marine pulley, and I'll get some 7/16 Dacron to use as a lanyard, and I will actually have two lengths of that Dacron. It's going to be a double pulley. So I'll have two lengths of the Dacron running up and back down so that I can roll the feed point, or roll the feed point up and down like a flag. And that'll allow me to do any repairs that I might have to get done. Everything will be in place. It will be able to be tilted over, although it will take quite a bit of effort to do that. I've already isolated the tree that I'm going to be using as a backstay to hold the winch, and I have a 50-foot derrick that I'm going to be using to derrick this up with. So all I got to do is put in the ground stakes so that they will hold this massive beast up once it's upright. And that's going to be that. So, and I have a couple of ground screws that I'll be using, but those will be cemented in place. So I'll have to actually dig those in and get those located. Like I said, there's a lot of work to do before I can even think about moving this beast down there. But that's going to be the antenna system, and she'll be able to tune just about anything I want from 40 through to 160 with ease. And specifically this band, this frequency, she'll be a extended double ZEP with about 3 dBs of gain. And as long as I can get it to orient itself appropriately, northwest, southeast, I will cover all of the areas that I need to, generally chat with, and I think everything will be hunky-dunky.
Man, well, I don't want to monopolize, but just wanted to say, It's a shame you're not into like DX and stuff, because if you're gonna go ahead and put up a 125-foot aluminum mast, I mean, geez, if you insulated the base, which is a lot of work and you might not want to do, but if you did, you'd have your extended double ZEP on 80 that has gain on 80 and 40, and then you could have a 160-meter vertical, man, and that's just badass, you know. I would be looking into that if it was my setup, to insulate that thing and use it as a vertical. That, I mean, geez, that you could kick everyone's ass on 160.
Well, if you look at the doublet with 160 foot each leg, it'll give me a full-size dipole on 160. So I think I'll be doing kind of that anyway on the horizontal.
Yeah, but with the vertical, I mean, the horizontal, yeah, everybody local's you're gonna stomp, but the vertical, man, people 1,000 miles away, you're gonna stomp, which is cool too, you know. If you had both, I mean, geez, I just think doing DX on 160 is very. Not a lot of people can do that well, and if you have a 125-foot mast, well, geez, man, you get that low takeoff angle on 160, and there's just not a lot of people have a setup like that. You could be worldwide.
Well, I might shunt feed the thing and get her to resonate. That wouldn't be too terribly hard. And I can still have a vertical even though it's grounded, so I don't know. There's just so many things I can do. Right now I just want to get it up and get the dipole up there, like I said, the doublet, and get that 600 ohm line back to the shack and to the tuner. I have a very nice tuner just waiting for it. It's the old Johnson kilowatt tuner, and you know, it's a nice tuner. I got it. It's only to do is 160 meters, but I'm pretty sure I can devise a feeding circuit so that I can maybe do a linked coupled tuner. I built one of those for a friend of mine down in Georgia and managed to do it quite successfully. So a nice link coupled tuner on frequency would also be probably the way to go, and then I wouldn't have to worry about the kilowatt matchbox. But right now, that's what I plan on using. And from what I understand, those are excellent tuners for this band.
Yeah, Flashbox does well. I wonder what happened to Dave. But yeah, I know a lot of people use those Flashboxes. I never had one. I've got my doublet's the same deal. Mine's about 135 feet, fed with open wire. Big beefy open wire, because when I get on 160 there's just stupid amounts of current. But the tuner is homebrew. It's balanced in, balanced out, an inductor in series with each leg of the feed line, and capacitor in parallel. And then there's like a homemade 1-to-1 balun at the input. And it's good to go. It's just kind of a pain in the ass to tune. I got a fiddle fart with my, you know, all the little connections are made to be able to handle current, and it makes it really not easy to move them around and stuff. So it works. The only real expense with that is the vacuum cap. You need something that's at least like 5 kV rated. But yeah, Flashbox will work fine. It's just if you have to load into an impedance that's less than 50 ohms, sometimes they don't do it so well, but most of the time, like, I never have to do that. All I'd have to do with this tuner is move the capacitor from the hot side to the cold side of the inductors, and then you're good to go. But there's that link coupled matchbox, just, it's super awesome, but if you try to load into something that's like way below 50 ohms, that's the only time when they kind of aren't that great in my opinion. But other than that, hell yeah, man, that is all you need. W2BTK.
I just got a landline. Please stand by.
Yeah, where's Dave?
Alright, Billy, I'm still here. You guys are talking about things above my pay grade. I have a simple station. Fan dipole in the air, 65 foot up high. Black 6400. Meritron ALADB and a $100 microphone. And, you know, I was using the Meritron ATR30 tuner, manual tuner, and then talking to KB3WFV, who gets me in trouble all the time. And he made one mention of the MFJ 998, which is the auto tuner, so I got that. So I feel like I'm cheating here. I don't even need to touch anything except for this mouse, you know? No FETs, no capacitors, no tubes with handles. And a 1-ton Collins. That's insane. But you can see, I don't know if that's you watching over here, Billy, or if that was Perry. But my desk is pretty simple.
Must have been Perry. I've only got my feed open. I try. See, the goofy thing about this is I have all these sound alerts that happen. People can go and play sounds on the feed, and I have to have my desktop audio like wide open for that. So if I start going to other feeds and stuff, you'll hear them on my feed. So I kind of refrain from doing that, and you know, it's distracting anyway. I find when I'm cruising the internet, I kind of tune out whoever's talking, and then it comes my turn, and I'm like, blah, 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 you know.
No, I got you. I got me up, and I got you up. But you're all I'm doing is looking at me. At least you got some stuff going on there, which is pretty cool. I like the setup there. You and Perry both have a nice graphical display in the background. I don't know what Perry's using. I think Perry's using. Is he using the Anon software that he shows up there?
Yeah, I believe he's got that Thetis Anon software. He'll tell you all about it. I know jack about all that stuff. I've got like an older SDR receiver. It's just a receiver, and I'm running SDR Sharp to, you know, I used to use SpectraView, which I actually prefer, but there's no ability to like put plugins into it. So like I switched to SDR Sharp because now I have these notch filters and asymmetrical band pass and everything, and I could basically tune out any QRM that exists and hear who I'm talking to. Whereas with the SpectraView software, it was just like, it was like having an old receiver. Like, yeah, I could shift my pass band up and down, but then when you're stuck in between something, what the hell are you gonna do? So I switched.
Yeah, I copy that. I've got a the SDR Play that I use too. That's what I was using when I just used the Yaesu FTDX3000, and I still use it. That way I can monitor a couple bands. I know there's some other software you can use with it. I've never really tried any others. I can tell you that the Flex software, man, is so much better. I thought the SDR Play was pretty cool. I could never really get the SDR Play to sound better than the FTDX3000. It did have some extra features that were kind of cool. Like, I mean, like we were talking about the notch filters. We can, you know, kind of move them around where you want them a little bit more. You can increase the width of the band on the upper side or lower side, as opposed to just at the same time. But yeah, I can imagine there's some other software that's good. But anyway, I don't know. Brian, are you back? I think he was doing dinner. Perry and Brian must be having like a full-on gourmet meal.
I guess so. This is a big-ass signal on 85.
Dude.
Oh, it's Clark.
It is Clark. Yeah, it's as I'm flipping frequencies. Yeah, that's Clark.
Clark's the best, man. And he's been at it, man. He's holding court.
Yeah, he's got a very dynamic personality. It's fun to listen to him talk.
Have you heard him do all his different characters and stuff yet? There's like Franklin P. Quigley, the other guy that got hypnotized by the Blu-ray, and Secretia, and oh man, there's a bunch of Carmine the gangster. You heard any of that stuff?
No, not yet. You guys pulled it out of him a little bit last night, but I did mark him on YouTube, so I was a little upset that I didn't get a chance to listen to it today. Just got busy with work, but I'm dying to go through some of his videos. Yeah, I can't wait. That and the comedian he mentioned the other day, so I got them both marked. So just waiting for an opportunity to listen to them.
Yeah, it's good stuff. He used to do more of it. I haven't heard him doing it so much lately. But it's really fun. And then he takes his scam calls on the air, too. He'll like do it on the air when they call. Very entertaining.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I've heard he's in the broadcast business, so I don't know. Maybe he's sandbagging as a professional.
I'm texting him right now. And oh no, he's not gonna come down here. He's doing his thing.
Well, you know, at this point, you and I talking, we could always move up to 3885 and crash their party.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure who's talking to or how many people are in the QSO. But I mean, we could do that.
It's up to you. We can go up there and listen real quick and see what's going on. I mean, if there's a ton of people in there, I'll come back down.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, well, I guess I could take a listen real quick. We both got our streams going, so there's that. I don't want to bore anybody, but, you know, I'm not going to move my transmit because that's a little bit involved. So I'm going to stay here, but I'm going to slide up there and, I guess, listen for a minute.
Oh, him and like DTS are going on about something.
Oh. All right, Billy, let's stay here. All right,
Eh, screw it. Brian's back. I don't need to go anywhere. What's up, Brian?
Dave, if you want to see a Commons broadcast transmitter live in person, come see the 300G. It's in my basement.
Are you serious? Brian just always surprises me. You know, Billy, one day I stopped by his shop, and he had one of these military crank-up towers that you pull behind like a Humvee. They are one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Brian, you're going to have to tell me whatever happened to that thing.
It's still at the shop.
The shop, way too cool. That should be pulled behind, I don't know, that needs to go like somehow on your camping trips. I mean, I know you got the pretty cool antenna atop the RV there, but man, if you showed up into a camp, I don't know if you heard that, Brian, but Ryan wants to see it. So you're going to have to tell me what it is so I can look up a picture of it for him.
US Tower, MDPL 107, look up US Tower 107-foot mobile tower. Try that. It's MDPL 107M or something like that.
Yeah, okay, hold on, I'm looking. That got me kind of close, but that is almost in parts. There it is. Okay, alright, I got it.
Brian, did you have that when I was down at your shop?
I don't think so, Billy. I think I picked it up that fall. I think you were down during the summer that year, and I picked it up that fall. It was headed to a scrapyard. It came from a cell tower service company, so they run around and fix towers and do a lot of work for AT&T and T-Mobile and Verizon. They run around and set up these portable towers, and they're on trailers. So this thing was on a 10,000-pound trailer. It's hydraulically elevated and cable extended. 6 sections, 107 foot, and it was owned by Nextel. And the tower company's job was to take the thing out to Dover for the races and set it up, and then pull up a communications trailer with a generator on it beside it, and provide additional communication support so that everybody can take their selfies of them at the race and post it on Facebook. And we went over, they sent a crew over to take it down, and the knucklehead couldn't get it to, they got it to retract, but they couldn't get it to lay over. So they tied the boom truck to it and tried to pull it over, and they bent the damn lower section. And US Tower won't send the parts. You can send it out to them to have it fixed. But you get into trucking it and shipping it and all that crap, it just got too prohibitive, so Nextel said scrap it. Well, the tower company wanted the trailer, and originally I was going to take the tower and pull the lower section off of it and just use the 5 sections. But when I got to looking at it, I said, well, give me the lower frame for it too. So they cut the whole lower frame off the trailer and the tower section. So all I have is the jig that it sits in the tower section. I fixed the hydraulics in it. It was a stupid, it has a carriage switch. So when the cable is pulled all the way down, so the sections are pulled all the way in, the cable wraps, it's guided. And as the carriage comes all the way to one side, it closes a micro switch, and that micro switch allows the controls to bring the hydraulics over, because obviously you don't want to try and lay over 107-foot extended. And that's how it was. The stupid switch was out of position. So I straightened that out. I had to fix the motor because it had been sitting so long it just locked up. And they butchered the wiring when they took it apart. I need to get a seal for the crankcase. I need to get a belt for the motor and the carriage. And somehow I'm going to figure out how to get 10,000 pounds of tower down here to the house and pour a slab for it. Although now I'm kind of leaning towards putting it back on a trailer so I can take it wherever the hell I want to take it. And I always figured that if I put it up, I'll just power up the lower section real good. I might even be able to use the guys in some heat to pull it back straight, so I don't know, just haven't had time or help to do anything with it, so it was stored indoors up until, it'll be 2 years in September. It's been outside since, so I haven't looked at it since I moved it.
I know it was pretty cool when I saw it sitting in there. Brian, does yours, I don't remember, does yours have the outriggers like that too, that come out on the sides to help support the antenna?
On this design, the outriggers were on the trailer, and they went with the trailer.
Yeah, okay. That's how I see it in the picture. They're on the trailer.
Yeah, what they did was they pulled it with one of their boom trucks, and they would stand it up and set the antenna array. And I have the frame for the antenna array on top of the tower. And then on the boom truck deck, they had these 4x4 cubes of concrete with big anchor eyelets in it, and they'd sit them around in 100-degree turns around the tower, and it's got the cable guide system that they used for self-tensioning. In other words, you anchored off one piece of it to the bottom, and then it looped through all the others and came back to a fixed point, and as it went up, it self-tensioned itself.
What?
I have no idea. It was pretty cool, man. If you look on my QRZ page, Dave, and scroll all the way down to the bottom, you'll see a short video of the Collins 300G that I have.
Okay, yeah, we'll check it out. Well, after you added your transmission, Brian, I saw a flat carrier with no signal, and then someone tuning up nearby.
Yeah, I see a big carrier with a bunch of hum on it, and I guess just, well, the receiver must be broken.
I messaged Clark, and I invited him to come down here, but he's ignoring me. I want him to come down and do some of those characters, man. That's good stuff.
Oh, he won't come down here to the Nerd Kids lunch table.
Yeah, he wants to reach the widest audience possible. He knows all the web SDRs are preloaded onto 3885.
Well, you know, we're down here secretly talking about mascara.
I was not so secretly talking about French skirts. I told Clark I was wearing one, and I let him believe that, but then I stood up and showed the live stream that I had manly Carhartt work pants on.
Billy, see, from my perspective, it looked like a kilt.
I got black pants on today. I'm like 100% black, yo.
You're murdered out.
Murdered out, yep.
As Brian will attest to, I had a Ford F350 dually diesel that had a pretty hideous Centurion paint package on it. So I got a couple cans of Plasti Dip in flat black and murdered out the entire truck. I don't know if you've seen a 1994 F350 dually diesel. I mean, it is a 22 to 23 foot long truck with a full cab. It is a big truck. And when you murder out that thing, it is murdered out.
Yeah, that's like menacing coming down the road.
And a feather in it, and a pair of fuzzy dice, and some rhino white boots. You would have fit right perfectly in that truck.
The only thing I was missing, Brian, were the hot chili pepper Christmas lights to go around at the campsite.
And the little Budweiser cans.
I like lobster lights.
About the chrome air horns on the top of the cab.
Do you have all those air horns, like the air compressor and like the whole, like the horn blaster setup? Those things are crazy.
Billy, this came from the factory that way. It was not like an air horn like the train air horn. I don't even know what that thing did. Some kind of Dixie sound. But it was like electronic. It wasn't as strong as like an air horn with a compressor.
It came with suspenders for the driver to put on.
Right? Dude, yeah, I mean, you get in that thing in the left lane on the highway and there's like a Prius going 50 and you get right up on the bumper. I'm pretty sure you can make somebody poop their pants.
I had an F-150 Custom. This is back when Ford, 1978, when they built trucks. The hood on this damn thing would make all the sheet metal for Prius. And it was a club cab, 8-foot bed. It was jacked up and running around on 33s, with a 360 in it, 4-wheel drive. And it was, well, when it was built, it was fire engine red. Now it just kind of looked like pastel chalk, you know, like the chalk that the kids use on the sidewalk red. There was so much rust in the bed that we had to keep a sheet of plywood in it to keep stuff from falling out through the bed. The bumper, somebody had taken 1/2-inch plate and welded a step that came off the back of the bumper down about 4 inches and then came out, and they put another hitch on that. My brother, the first week we had this truck at the shop, ass-ended a Hyundai. And you remember the old style Ford grills? It punched. It looked like somebody took, if you were smiling and somebody punched you in the middle of your smile, busted all the teeth out of this grill. So there's chunks of the verticals hanging at the top and chunks of the verticals sticking from the bottom, and 3 or 4 of the horizontals on either side. It looked like a giant shark mouth, a great white open shark mouth. And we beat the snot out of this truck. And we used it for everything we had to do around the shop. Didn't give a damn about it because it was already beat up. It started, it ran, and it ran like a raped ape. The exhaust on this thing fell off, and none of us felt like fixing it. So here is this basically open exhaust Ford 460, 4-wheel drive, sits 30-some inches up off the damn ground. And you took that thing around the Capitol Beltway, Interstate 995, 4 or 5 lanes, and the seas would part.
What year was that, Brian? What year truck did you say that was?
It was a 1978 Ford F-150 Custom Club Cab.
Those 70s Fords are badass. My buddy's got one with like 46-inch tires on it. It looks like Bigfoot.
This damn thing, Billy, I was so broken-hearted. It got caught in the flood and it drowned. So we ended up taking it and throwing it on the trailer and loading a whole bunch of scrap metal in it and trailered it up to PG Scrap, which is a big scrap processing yard. And they swung over the trailer and grabbed this thing with a magnet and picked it up. And somewhere I got a photo of it. This thing's hanging in the air. And the right front headlight, as they're swinging it through the air, popped out and was dangling by its wire. And in the background's this giant pile of scrap metal. I felt so bad for the damn truck.
Yeah. It's a shame. Oh, hey, Brian, I got another Suburban, man. You saw my black Suburban. I've got another one, a couple years newer. I think it's like a 90, and it's a GMC, and it's not bad. It came with 5 lease 320s. It was all plumbed for, you know, fine business stuff, puck on the roof, you know, the whole 9. It just came into my possession. I didn't pay a penny for it. Granted, there's no title for it, but I've got a titled Suburban, and let's face it, there's a VIN number on the dashboard, and if you take the dashboard out and put it in the other one, what the hell is the difference?
I know nothing.
But I don't drive it. It's here though. It's really just a parts truck. Cause the black truck kind of had a little bit of cancer going on. It's starting to rust. But yeah, badass parts truck, man, sitting in the driveway. So now I got 2 Suburbans, a Mustang, a Crown Vic, and a little Subaru.
Little Subaru. Like the Titanic having a dinghy tagging along behind it.
That is so true. Oh, let's go, Brian. I was going to say, he's got like all the gangster cars, and then he throws out the Subaru.
Dude, that Subaru is the most gangster one I have when there's snow on the ground. I swear to God, that thing, it amazes me every time I drive it when the conditions are crap. You know, none of my other cars can do what that Subaru can do in the snow. But, and it does it getting 40 miles a gallon. That car rules, but yeah, I've got the 5.0 93 GT Fox Body Mustang, the 07 murdered out Crown Vic, the blackest tints you've ever seen, black car, black everything, and then the 2 Suburbans, man. It's badass. And my Subaru is white, right? It looks like, it's not a girly white, but it's like, it's handsome.
Well, you're doing it the smart way, and that's the car you don't mess with. Bread and butter car. The rest of them you play with.
So he's doing a little testing on 3865.
I see that. Just a straight up carrier. Or is he talking?
He said, yay, yay. So, I don't know. Who dat? Come up, join the QSO.
My Suburban's getting rot in it too. They're really along the lower rockers there. Trans got a shutter in it. I got another trans for it. I can't get in the shop with it to get it fixed. One of the fuel line returns rotted out. The exhaust needs to be replaced, but nobody's making parts for it anymore. So I'm considering just junking the damn thing and getting out of it. Tired of paying insurance on it anyways.
You can't get that from LMC?
I haven't found it. I don't know what the hell is going on with it. I guess because that was they built all those trucks from 2000 and up with stainless steel exhaust. So for some reason they're not, I haven't found a listing for it yet. I haven't really looked all that hard either. We don't use it anymore, Billy. It's been sitting since, February.
Open headers, man. Screw it.
I really like that truck, and I kept it stock for a really long time and got into doing all that radio crap with it, so. The bad thing about the low fuel on it is that I paid a bunch of money to have that all done, and the company that I chose with was top-notch in the area, and a lifetime guarantee on their work. The bastard sold the week the truck was in the shop.
Damn, man. Hey, what's up with all these carriers?
Who knows? Dave, did you see that transmitter?
Oh, I knew I was supposed to be doing something. You know, Brian, I got stuck. I went over to QRZ to look you up, and then I forgot I was gonna look at my history for the guy in Texas that was like 20 Ks wide on upper sideband. There you are. Okay. I don't know. I got one guy in here from Texas that I refused to call out to him because he was just blasting all over everybody. But I never looked him up. I got a call sign here that's from Texas, but I don't think it was that guy. Let me go down here. Why is it down in your basement? It's just something to do later when you're bored?
Because she's 1,500 pounds and I'm afraid she'll fall through the flamed floor.
I thought the same thing, Brian, but I installed a house jack underneath my transmitter.
Yeah, one of the monitor ones.
Yep, that's all.
Yeah, I thought about that, and I thought I'd tell her this. I told her until I told, and everything was good until I told her I was putting in a stripper pole.
Brian, come on, man.
Come on, it's dual purpose, Billy. I mean, it works. It supports the Collins, and it provides exercise and fitness opportunities.
You know what? I'm proud of Lisa. I'm proud of her.
She puts up with a lot of crap, doesn't she?
Yeah, but she didn't put up with that. Oh, yeah. No, you got yourself a good one, Brian.
She is. I'm really, really lucky. And that room that it's in, Dave, when you see it, it's a finished off room. It's a living room. There's a sectional sofa and big screen TV, and it's a finished off room. So it's there for all to see.
And that's what you're using on when you get on 160?
I was until the crystals blew out in it.
Ah, copy that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's a lower level. I don't think we went down there when I was over there.
Yeah, the way the addition's built, you come down the driveway, you don't see it. You might see it if you come towards the house from the south. But even then, you don't get an idea of how big it is. And it was done when you were here, so just never wandered off that way or wandered behind the house. And even if you go down the driveway side of the house, it doesn't look as big. It's not over until you're over on the yard side of the house and you say, holy crap, or start walking through the house. The house is much bigger than what it looks like from the street, which is the way I like it.
Yeah, I got a neighbor up the street. His house from the front, you would think it might be the neighborhood. In actuality, it's probably the second, if not the largest house in the neighborhood. It's pretty cool the way it's designed, and it's actually like a one-story. I mean, not one story. It's master bedroom on the first floor type of setup. The entire attic is finished off. It's not an attic. It's like an upper level. I don't know how you call it an attic. And then the lower level, the basement, is
Incentive credit cards thinking that they were a scam.
per square foot.
When we moved in, it's 40 by 24. So whatever that works out to be, I guess just about 1,000 square feet of living space. When I got done with the addition and excavating the crawl space, it's 2,500 square feet of living space and 4 bedrooms. So it started out as a 3-bedroom single bath. It's 4 bedroom, 2 full baths with a walkout basement, a walkout living room. I call it a living room. Downstairs, living room, whatever, because it's all finished. Drywall, ceilings, carpet. It's a nice space. I like it, especially in the wintertime with the pellet stove. But that's where the Collins is at. And I had a couple of crystals in there, which turned out to be kind of piss weak for the job. And in trying to get the drive level up to where it should be, some modifications were made to the oscillators, and that seemed to stress the crystals and crack them. So I'm backing up here. I'm going to probably I'm probably going to drive it with the Pro 3 here as a VFO. If I ever get off my lazy butt and run the cable. And I should get Billy to come down and do it for me, because I don't know if I'm physically be able to do it. I'm gonna put an attenuator in and drive it at one of the stages that way. And then I don't have to worry about damn crystals anymore.
There's a lot of stupidity going on adjacent.
I don't pay it no mind.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's so easy with a pan adapter to pick a spot and mess around. But I guess, you know, I'm trying to think back when I would try and find a free and clear area. You know, you had to kind of roll up and roll down and make sure you were good. I guess maybe guys are too lazy to do that. I was just joking. I sent Billy a message saying, man, I'm running like 3 notch filters right now.
Yeah, I am too. I keep having to move them around because there's just strong carriers popping up all over the place. There's a guy testing on 3876 for a little while. There's the one guy who keeps chucking carriers, and he just has a trashy ass signal. Like, you can see harmonic spurs, and you can hear them. It just, I don't know. Whatever. That's how these people do the hobby. And it's different from how we do the hobby, and who are we to judge them? A W2BTK.
KB3WFV. Have you ever really watched a cow? I'm serious now. You're out traveling the interstate, on your way to the beach, the mountains, wherever. You stop someplace at a gas station, usually somewhere rural, right off the interstate. And you're pumping gas, and you look out across the field there, and as far as you can see is it's fields, maybe a couple of buildings, and usually there's a cow. And the cow's standing there in the middle of this field, and every now and then he sticks his head in the grass and pulls up a mouthful, looks back up, looks around. In the background behind him, his tractor trailer is whizzing by at 70 and 80 miles an hour. And in the sunlight, you can see all the flies, and the dragonflies, and the mosquitoes, and the bugs zipping in and around him, up and around him, through him in his nose. He twitches an ear, sticks his foot back down to the ground, pulls up another clump of grass. He just stands there, chewing his cud, looking around. Now the rest of the world is frantically flying by. So when it comes to all this garbage around us, I just try to be the cow.
Brian, I could see you being in the grade school telling kids stories. Very, you drew us all in on the story. Very, very well done.
He's got a way with words.
He's a mechanic. Dude, I swear mechanics and firemen are where all jokes and fun little sayings like my buddy's a master mechanic up the street, like Brian. And we're standing outside as hot as can be, and all I've got is, man, it's hot out here. And he goes, yeah, it's hotter than 2 mice having the word he didn't use relations, but having relations in a little sock. And I'm just like, who comes up with that stuff? My buddy's a master mechanic up the street, like Brian. I like that one. And we're standing outside as hot as can be, and all I've got is, I mean, here, 2 mice having relations in a wool sock. Is that hot? Mice, I mean, that's hot. Having the word he didn't use relations, but having relations in a wool sock.
I think the relations are
my buddy's a master mechanic up the street. But Brian, I'm standing outside as hot as can be, and no way. I mean, here, 2 mice having relations in a wool sock. Is that hot? They don't have stuff like that. The word he didn't use relations, but having relations in a wool sock. Hey man,
Oh crap, I've got interfering audio. The electricians are the king of the job site, man, because you just don't mess with them. Everybody they like to try, you know, and it's like, oh, like you can't run that wire through here. We're doing so and so. We're putting up drywall and this and that. And then like, oh, I don't know, a couple hours later, like, hell, where do we plug in this chop saw? Like, we got to run this chop saw. We're losing money. Find an electrician, and then yeah, we're pretty scarce. Or, you know, you get the guy who wants to blast rap music out of his radio. And look, I got no problem with rap music, but a lot of the people do. They don't want to hear that crap on the job site. So they say, F you, you know, I'm going to play this stuff no matter what. Okay, all right. He's plugged into temp power, so you trace the circuit out that he's on, a 115-volt circuit, and you pop that neutral off of the neutral bus, and his radio dies, and then real quick, boop, you just land it on the other phase for about 3 seconds, and now there's 208 volts going to that thing, and it starts smoking. And they don't run towards you. They run towards the radio and say, oh my God, what the hell's happening? And by the time they, you know, are like, what the hell? You've already landed the wire back on the neutral bar and walked away. And yeah, now his radio is dead. So you just don't mess with everybody needs an electrician at some point. The electricians don't go running looking for like the painters and you know, this and that and the other thing, but they always come looking for us at some point. So be nice to electricians, you know? You don't want to lose your neutral either, because that's scary. You'll be sitting pretty with no load and metering that thing 120 volts, and then all of a sudden someone fires up a drill on one phase and there's nothing going on in the other, and oh, wow, there's 160 volts on this receptacle over here, and there's 70 volts on that one. What the hell's going on? You know, like, you just don't mess with them.
I always figured it was never a good idea to mess with them because they can always remove your shorts.
That too.
So Billy, now I know what you do for a living. You're IBEW, spoken like a true union guy. Okay. Hey, look, man, I did electrical work in between my summer and winter breaks. I worked for Dielectric and, well, yeah, Dielectric. That was probably a while ago, but if you've been around, I'm sure you've heard of the company. That was good times there. Oh yeah, I look, electricians are good guys, man. I'm there with you. I just don't think they can tell the jokes or come over the jokes like the mechanics and the firemen do.
They don't have to be able to tell jokes. But yep, IBW local number 102, baby.
Well, okay, up here I was local 26. My dad was local 26. And like I said, I wasn't joking. I got plenty of uncles that are electricians.
Well, that's quite a carrier. That thing needs some audio, man.
It's a hell of a carrier.
Yeah. Put some audio on that thing.
Chicken.
Whoa! What's going on here? N1XBM.
Hey, Bob, what's up, man? We're trying to guess who the mystery carrier was. They had a good signal.
Yeah, it wasn't me. It was not me.
Your signal's fine, Bob. I mean, check out my live feed.
Yeah, I do that every now and again. But I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's just different. Well, the metering says it's fine. We're good. Yeah, I heard my dude's name. I hear Billy in here. I don't recognize the other voices.
You've got Brian, WFV, and you've got Dave, OH.
So are we running 3872 tonight? Another clone. There we go.
Yeah, we're 3872 or thereabouts, but you were better over there because I had that carrier notched out. But now you're on top of it.
Alright, hold on, Billy. There we go, right there.
Yeah, 3871, 3871 and a half, whatever.
Well, that's the beauty of having the Model 122 Johnson Viking. Convenience of the Zippo.
Yeah, I'm running a 122 VFO, but the way that I have everything set up now, it's not that convenient. Because my pan adapter's in this room and the VFO's in the room behind me. So like I kind of got to guess, or like I'll turn the VFO a little and stick my head out the door and look at the pan adapter and see where my little carrier is, and then go back in and turn it a little more. So all I got to do is set up a monitor in that other room, and then I'll be able to VFO to my heart's content. OH said he was having a little bit of problem hearing you, Bob.
What? Oh, man, Billy, when I look at that Y seat and I see that fireplace behind you, you know, all I can think of is, you just need a fire in there now when you're on the air. You look like a real gentleman off.
Yeah, I gotta clean the hell out of this chimney before I let any fires in there, you know, because I want to keep the fire where it's supposed to be. I haven't actually built a fire in this fireplace yet. When it's wintertime, I mean, just because I feel like all it would do really is pull all the air that's in the house out and send it up that chimney, and then I would have to reheat the air, and I mean, yeah, it's nice aesthetics, but as far as heating my house, it's a detriment.
Get an insert, either wood stove or pellet stove insert.
That's what I was thinking, man.
Yeah, Billy, my mom has one in her house, and yeah, an insert. Yeah, you're right. And if you did it now, it'd be purely for ambiance. But if you actually want to throw some heat, put an insert in there.
You know what I could do, Bob, is I could fake it with video. You know, I'd get some fireplace, so digital fireplace, and then overlay it onto the fireplace so it looks cool.
You can even get a gas-fired insert.
Don't you have like a degree in like media or something? You know, you got the background for it. You could just do a green screen. Like one day you can make it look like you're like a lawyer. You can have all these books behind you. Another day you could have a volcano erupting, you know? Maybe if you're in a bad mood, you could have a volcano erupting. Another day you could have sunshine and lollipops behind you.
I actually do have a green screen. I haven't been using it though. I kind of like the aesthetics of my background, man. I got the... I don't know, it's nice. But yeah, I could do fun stuff with that green screen, that's for sure. I've got it. I just have to implement it one day when I'm bored.
I just did that for a virtual happy hour. I was on a little while ago. Did a green screen. That was kind of cool. And Billy, remember we were talking about on the live stream, right? I forgot the camera was on, and so I have an 8-month-old German Shepherd. It's a female, and she's in heat right now, so I just had to put a diaper on her. And I did it on live camera.
You probably gained viewers.
Yeah, I went from 0 to 1.
I used to have a dedicated kitty cam, but I haven't been doing that for a while. I could do the... Where is Kitty? There she is.
Whiskey 3 Oscar, so I gotta go run upstairs real quick and get another, just a refill.
That's the kitty play area. I've got it up on the screen now. She's got all her toys out. She pulled all that crap out today.
She looks a little pissed that you disturbed her.
Oh no, she loves me.
Alright, Whiskey 3 Oscar, I'll be right back.
Well, Billy, I just got off the FCC website. I renewed my wife's ham license, so hers is due to expire about the end of July, so go on the ULS and update it away.
Oh, snap. Sorry, I was distracted by Kitty. I heard you say that something about the FCC website. I didn't turn up the volume much when I walked away.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd stepped away from the radio. I stepped away to grab a sip of Kool-Aid. No, I updated my wife's ham license. It's due to expire at the end of July. So I was just on the FCC website taking care of that renewal.
Oh, nice. Is your wife, what class is your wife?
She has a technician license. She got it, well, just about, 10 years ago now. Yeah, she just, she used to have a radio in her old car. And her new car, we didn't do it. And she has her license mostly to communicate with me. She does not use the ham radio in the same form that I do. So, like, she might use, like, we have a base radio here on 2 meters, and we might use it on something like that, or, portable radios, like when we're up at camp, we'll use, if we're outside, I go out with my brother, we're out playing in the woods, and we use the portable radios and stuff, but, she's not building 2-meter Yagis or anything like that.
That seems to be the norm. Like, people get a tech license and just have it for like 10 years and kind of pedal around on 2 meters. That's what I did, man. I was licensed for 10 years before I got up and got my general, and I just basically wasn't doing any ham radio. Like, I had no interest in 2-meter repeaters or any of that crap. I was just like, yeah, okay, I got my tech, like, cool. And then I just stayed on CB until I got really tired of it, and my thirst for knowledge and skill improvement became a thing. And then I got licensed as a general, and I haven't looked back. But there's not a whole lot of stuff. Hey, we've got a subscriber on YouTube. Oh, that's Giant. Cool, man. Thanks for the subscription on YouTube. But yeah, the 2-meter repeaters, crap like that, it's not that much fun for me. I just don't do it. This is where it's at. But if you get her to upgrade, that'd be a feat.
Yeah, I don't know. She mostly got it, as a, I don't know, like a backup source of communication. I used to be on the road a lot, old job, and her and I used it more frequently because I was traveling a lot, and it was more convenient than the phone to be able to just pick up the microphone. We were just using like Simplex. There's a local repeater out here where I live, and but now I work right in town, and but we have it. She knows how to use it. But I know one time when they were talking about, they were talking about opening up I know some people said they're in school, but they were talking about opening up the privileges, for techs to be able to come up here. And, I mean, secretly, I say secretly, in my mind I was thinking, man, that'd be great, because she knows how to use this radio. I mean, she may not know how to, like, work on it, like changing tubes, but she can at least operate it. I was thinking, man, that'd be great, because, like, when I got the camp, we could just use AM. It's, high fidelity, communication system between here and camp, and, instead of using cell phones. But, anyways, here's the way either way, she still wanted the license, so, I mean, obviously I renewed it. But, we've used them on road trips and different things, and, they come in handy. But, yeah, she mostly did it for me. That's for sure.
Yeah, and you could get her on ladies' night too. That'd work. Yeah, if she got licensed, well, I mean, dude, yeah, she could get on with your call sign. It don't matter.
Well, it's funny, that night that they were doing that, I had it on. She could hear it. I mean, she probably knows 80% of what goes on up here. I mean, where my shack is like, I'm in another room from the living room. And she hears everything, all the antics that go on, and she's pretty good idea what's going on. I mean, she even knows some of the names, even though she doesn't talk to anybody. But she heard that one night. She was like, what's that? And I told her, I'm like, oh, you gotta get on. And she was like, and I'm like, well, what? You could. I mean, you have your license. You have to technically use my call sign. But, she's like, oh, maybe next time.
Yeah. I don't know. It's like, you got to be interested in it, or else you're never going to stick around. But who knows, Maybe she'll wake up one day and be like, hey, I feel like building a transmitter.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But, I don't know, we'll see. I got plenty of parts to do it, that's for sure. She wouldn't have to go and get any parts. I got all the parts. Anyways, so how's it going being back to work, Bill? I mean, are you shaking all the cobwebs off? Are you sore? I mean, what's going on here? What's the work report?
It's all right. I'm not working this week. But yeah, it was all right. I mean, it took a second for me to get back in the swing of things. I mean, dude, I sat on my butt for almost 6 months. But yeah, this week is slow, so I'm at home. But in the next week or two, we got a big job starting, man. It'll probably go for about a year, lots of overtime, basically like how I was running around at the end of last year. I was pretty scarce, working 6 or 7 days a week, 10-hour days, and God, the money's really good, but it's like, that's your life. That's it. That's what you do. You come home and you make sure you eat something and get to bed early so that you can sustain those hours for a long period of time, and everything kind of goes out the window. But other than that, I mean, yeah, it's nice. The whole unemployment thing right now, that extra $600 a week, sometimes I make more money sitting at home. But the thing about that is that I'm not paying into my benefits. I'll lose my medical. I'm not doing any of that crap. So I need the work. And it's already almost June, so I better work steady the rest of the year.
Yeah. Well, a friend of mine, he's an electrician. He just got his, I don't know what you call, master's license, I guess. and he does a lot of like big industrial stuff, like bridges and stuff, and like he's not doing residential, like big construction jobs. And him and I have been friends probably since we were 20, and I think he's a year younger than me, so he's probably like, well, maybe 37. They're not much younger than me. He's maybe like 2 years younger than me. And he started working for this place like right out of school. And he's now what I guess it's called like a superintendent. I guess it's basically like management. You know, he's got like a crew under him. And you know, it's probably similar to what you do. I mean, it sounds like when I talk to him, a lot of stress, a lot of deadlines, you know, long hours. And you know, he's one of these guys, he was pretty good with his money when he was young, and he saved a lot, and he did a lot of things that probably a lot of guys that were his age weren't doing with money. And he's almost to a point, you know, almost 40, that he's like got his house almost paid off, and he was telling me, he's like, he's burnt out. He's just burnt out. He's doing similar type of stuff, like he's doing a project for like a year. You know, and it'd be like long hours, and then he'd be like on his butt for like, you know, weeks or months, and then the next job would come up and it'd be balls to the wall, and he's like, I'm burnt out. And he was telling me that he's thinking about getting done in a couple years, working for this company, and maybe just doing like, you know, residential work, you know, smaller jobs, maybe working for himself. I don't know what, working for somebody, but getting out of like those big projects, something more, you know, consistent hours. And, but he's kind of socked away his money, his savings and everything, and he's been smart with it. So he's kind of in a position, I wouldn't say he could retire early, but he's in a position at a fairly young age to, you know, kind of say, I'm done with this, I still need to work, but I don't need to work under these conditions. Does that make some sense?
No, man, I totally get that, and that's how it is. Like, you sit around for a while, and it's usually when the weather sucks, and then the weather gets nice, and you just work your butt off until the weather gets crappy again. But that a lot of guys do that. Union guys who I work with, they'll just get tired of it. They'll get their license if they don't already have it, and they'll just start doing like residential non-union. And they shelve their book, like they keep paying their dues, but they don't work out of the hall. They just go work in people's houses, and you know, they do fine. But for me, like, electrical work is cool, but I hate residential work, man. It is just the pits. It's the worst. I like being on the big jobs, man, the big industrial jobs, giant buildings, you know, warehouses, substations, stuff like that. Union jobs, you know, it's a whole different world, and I prefer it. It's so much better for me. So that's what I do.
Oh yeah, I'm not faulting it, dude. I was just kind of sharing, you know, I have a friend that, you know, he does similar type of work, and kind of a little bit older than you, but yeah, you know, I think too, what was big for him is he started a family, and, you know, they want a lot out of him. But I'll tell you one thing, Billy, when they do these, I've gotten some good shit out of him on projects, and they do these projects, and you probably know what I'm talking about, like, they basically have to do like temporary electrical for these little shop trailers, and they gotta put up all this stuff, and they borrow the stuff for the job, and a lot of it gets thrown out. And one time I was putting a generator in, I don't even know like all the wire stuff, what it's called, you'd probably laugh, but he was like, oh man, he's like, don't go to the store. So he comes by my house one day, and he's just throwing like this wire out. You know, it's like this like stranded, like, I don't know what it is, like welding cable? I don't know what, it's like the multi-conductor to go from the 240 plug on my generator. It's like, you know, big heavy duty cable and stranded. And, you know, he gave me the thing from the house, and he showed me how to do everything. And my dad was like, holy crap, you know how much money all that stuff was he just gave you? And he's like, yeah, we're just throwing it out at work because of doing electrical. There's nothing wrong with it, but we went on to a new job. And like when I did that camp, it was the same thing. He had all this, I don't know if it's like, it's this big like aluminum, you're laughing at me, but I just don't know all these gauges. I don't have all committed memory. There's this big ass like aluminum wire that like, I guess you'd use like on service feeds and stuff that I needed for my camp. You know, when I was setting that up, my off-grid camp and hooking up panels. He's doing panels and wire, and he just saved me piles of money. And he's like, man, you just call me whenever you need anything because this stuff just all gets tossed when we're done with the project. So if I time it right, I usually make out pretty good. There's like, I've done some projects like up on a power line. I don't know like how much you know about like ice fishing and stuff, but I'm a big ice fisherman. And there's this thing called a jet sled, and it's basically a big giant plastic toboggan. And you can either drag it on the rope and you throw all your crap in it, or they come with a tow bar. And you hook it up to your snowmobile and you throw your drone in, all your traps, your chairs, and you can put out on the ice. Well, whatever job they were doing, they bought tons of these jet sleds because they were out there in the winter. And they had to like drag this stuff down on a pole line. When they were done, they threw them all out. He called me up and he was like, he gave us all jet sleds. He was like, you guys want jet sleds? We're throwing these things out. I'm like, hell yeah, I want a jet sled. So, it's nothing fancy. I mean, it's just a plastic sled, but it was nice to get for free.
Oh, hell yeah, Bob. I lived that life. It's, that aluminum SCR cable, yeah, we temp everything out with those. Like you said, the trailers, this and that, most of the building before we have permanent power. That all gets ripped out, and sometimes the shop takes it back, but usually they want to throw it away. And the company I'm working for now is just like that. Any extra material or anything that's on the job, toward the end of the job, they throw it in a dumpster, and I'll tell you why. Because the rate that we make, right, they don't want us handling stuff more than once or twice. If I pick up a box of, you know, conduit fittings and move it over there, and now the job's ending, we got to clear that room out, and we move it over here, and we're storing it, and now, okay, let's not waste all this stuff, so you guys go over there and move all that stuff, we'll put it in the trailer, and then we'll pay a guy to bring it to the shop. By then, you know, you've spent so much money to move that crap around, it is way, way cheaper to have one guy, one time, just take it out to a dumpster, you know, and then nobody's moving it anymore. You're not wasting manpower, and that's why they do it. And Jesus, man, at the end of the jobs, I go to that dumpster, anything I need, boxes, conduit fittings, wire nuts, wire, everything, man. It's all in there. And if you want to pull it out and put it in your car, just do it on your own time, and they don't give a crap. I've got big pieces of building steel, you know, like all kinds of things where if you were to buy it, you'd be sad, you know, but it's free. It's lucky that you know an electrician like that. But dude, yeah, that's how it is. W2BTK.
N1XBM throwing a pause in case anyone was in there. Yeah, well, that's exactly what he told me, because I couldn't wrap my head around it. Like, my dad, he was like kind of like a walking hardware store. He knows about all, my dad was a machinist, but he knew about all kinds of different things. He used to come over and be like, holy crap, you know, he'd be like, you know, he would like rattle off prices and stuff. But yeah, when I did my addition on my house, my wife and I, you know, and I know people, it's like, I'm like, hey, would you just come over and look at it? Like, I did all the work myself, the electrical, and I'm like, I just want to make sure it's cool. He came by and he looked everything over, so I put a two-way switch in, because I got multiple entries into the position, and he looked everything over, and he's like, yeah, man, well, the town I live in, you can do that. I don't know how it works for others, but basically, I can do the work myself. Before I close the wall, code enforcement has to sign off on it. So that's how it works up here. Obviously, I'm not an electrician, So I did all the work myself, and I had my buddy come over, and he just worked it over and just kind of gave, like, the nod. I mean, he can't sign off on it. He just kind of gave me the nod, like, yeah, you're good. Like, the code enforcement's not going to give you shit. And, but he gave me all kinds, like, he's just like, man, you need anything, you just give me a list. And you got to time it right. Sometimes he's like, man, we just started a job. He's like, it's going to be a little while before we get anything. But, yeah, I was doing my camp. He just saved me boatloads of money. And, so he's always my first call when I need something. He usually call me, too, because he knows, like, what I'm into. So sometimes it's funny. He'll be like, oh, yeah, Bob's going to want one of these. You know, like, he'll find something, and he'll be like, yeah, Bob's going to want one of these.
Hey, I'm punching out, guys. We'll see you later. KB3WFV.
All right, Brian. We'll catch you later, man. I'm probably gonna sign in not too long myself. Been at it for about 4 hours and 56 seconds at this point, so starting to get a little toasty in here. I want to go watch. I want to watch a movie tonight, Ford versus Ferrari. I've been seeing a couple clips of it on YouTube. It looks like a pretty good movie. But anyway, see you later, Brian and Bob. Yeah, that's the thing, man. When it's the right point of the job, you get anything, you know, you get all kinds of stuff. But then, yeah, at the beginning of the jobs, it's all, you don't get anything. So if you can wait for it, yeah, you save a lot of money. But if it's something that you need right away, and you're not at that point in the job, then yeah, you're buying stuff. I've bought, like, 1,900 boxes, 4-inch square boxes, and, like, Romex connectors and stuff at certain points, because, like, it was the beginning of a job or at a phase in the job where we didn't have any of that rough-in stuff around. And yeah, I've spent money on it, and there's so much of that crap that I pulled out of dumpsters, but it's not always like that time. So if you can kind of stockpile and grab stuff and keep it on hand, that's one thing. But how much of an electrical supply house do you want to have at your house? And I guess Dave's calling it a night. And we'll see you later, Dave. You should have keyed up and said 7-3. Let me unkey.
Yeah, Billy, I didn't want to interrupt you guys, so, yeah, it's getting kind of close to my bedtime, buddy. Good talking to you tonight, Bob, Brian, and, whoever else we had in there tonight, alright? So I'll catch up with you guys, maybe tomorrow. Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel, 73.
See you, Dave.
Yeah, sorry, Dave. N1XBM.
What frequency is everybody on anyway?
Oh, we're a little spread out there, Timmy. I started out on 3872, but I've drifted, and then I think Bob's a little lower than me, but you're fine. This is advanced modulation, so we don't have to worry about it. Hi, Timmy!
Yeah, I know. You can look for my 3870 crapstol. I'm on my 3873 crapstol. Still not low enough. Well, no, that's not it. I like getting as close as I can. I figured tonight will be a crapstol controlled night.
Wow, you've got a 3873 crapstol. That's pretty cool.
I ground it. That's where I have it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's one thing I have been doing for years is grinding crapstols.
Now I gotta do that to my 3885 crapstole, because that's up on 3886. And that's the only crapstole I have.
Well, son, I hate to tell you. You can only move them up. Can't move them down real easy.
Well, I actually did one time with a gimmick cap. Or, yeah, is that the right term? I don't know. I took two pieces of, like, Cat 6 wire and twisted them together and just kept trimming, and it put me right on 3885.
Well, there are ways of moving crapstoles around. Let me see if I can find this 3871. I completely went through everything. The other day, I don't know what the hell I did with it. Damn. Don't mind me. Is this it? Nope. I hate it when I'm looking for something and I can't find it. Seems to be the story of my life, you know?
Man.
Give me a little talk.
Yeah, Billy, you know, and good evening, Tim. Yeah, the whole storage thing, I know what you mean. I like to build, I like to tinker with mostly radios, but I guess to say broader electronics. And there's definitely a fine line of having too much crap, but you definitely need stuff around. Because it gets pretty darn expensive opening a catalog. Well, I say, well, that's a dated statement. But, you know, when you gotta order parts to do a project, it gets pretty expensive. So a lot of times when I'm out at, you know, whatever, handfest, yard sales, flea markets, whatever, and I see things that I think could be used for a building project, you know, I might pick it up. But then I gotta limit myself. I think you might have said something like, you know, once you got 4 or something, you know, do you really need 8? So, but I got a fair amount of building parts. I mean, I know one thing that I'm lacking is the knobs. Because I was looking at one of my builds, and I'm like, man, I really don't have a good selection of knobs. Like, I have some, but, I may end up buying what I want, because that I have is kind of scuzzy, and I don't know, it's just something about it. I want the knob and it's nice. I may end up buying what I need, but I got a lot of cabinetry, components, and miscellaneous pieces for building, and I got big relays. Like some project that's almost throwing out all these massive relays. I stocked them all up in NEMA boxes that I was going to mount polyphasers in. You know, I try to hold on to that stuff because when you gotta buy it, it's friggin' expensive.
Oh yeah, well boy do I have pieces, parts, and odds and ends. And that's all I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, knobs, I've been collecting them for years. You know, you see a set of really cool looking knobs at a handfester, so you buy like 5 of them. That kind of thing. And then from time to time, you go to festers and there's like boxes of parts. And there may be a box of knobs. In fact, my friend Dino, WA1HLR, when he was moving out of Maine, he had a whole bunch of stuff. Actually, when he was in Vermont, he said I could go out there and clean out a lot of stuff, which I did. And there were all these, plastic bins full of this and that. Well, there was one full of knobs of all different types.
yet knobs are like worth their weight in gold. When I was building the 810s and like all, it was not, I needed knobs. But we're kind of talking about, Timmy, we're talking about electrical supply stuff and building construction dumpsters, right? They throw all this crap out, and you can stockpile and do anything, you know. My entire antenna system, except for the variable capacitor, is all stuff I got out of dumpsters at work. The wire, the 1/4-inch copper tubing, all that stuff, you know. And my favorite thing is demo, because not only do you pull a lot of copper out and you can scrap it, but like, for instance, we demoed this school that was built in like the late 50s, early 60s, something like that, and they had a lighting dimming rack, old school, and there were a bunch of big 20 amp variacs in there, and I got 2 of them. They were like almost pristine, you know. I didn't look like they had seen even heavy use. Lux Troll, nice ass, like old, straight from the 60s, 20 amp variacs. I gave one to Dave VW and I kept the other. I'm using it right now. Stuff like that. It's amazing, and they throw it away because they don't want to pay people to handle it at the end of the job. And man, I've gotten more good stuff like that. And then, you know, the whole when NBC moved out of the Empire State Building, all that crap got demoed and thrown in dumpsters, man. Only a lot of it didn't make it to the dumpster. It made it into the back of a couple of people's cars. But I've got coax, the temp coax that they used to put, what was that, channel 7? After Hurricane Sandy, they temped up one of their transmitters with this, that, you know, that big heavy, what is it, about, I don't know, 2-something inch diameter coax, the blue stuff, the plenum rated stuff. And I've got 100-something feet of that, and all these Wohler distribution amps. I've got, like, it's demo is where it's at, man. You got to get on the demo. W2BTK.
Yeah, that's for sure. This WA1HLR, Henry LR. Yeah, it makes me very sad to think of all that good stuff that winds up getting shit-canned. I mean, what the hell for? You know, the society is supposed to be moving in the direction of recycling things. And that means when it's done in service, you pull it out, you inventory it, and then you know, there's always a yes for it as far as dimming racks using variacs. Yeah, you know, the usual light dimmers are that much later and all that, but my God, all the RFI and garbage that they generate, whereas variacs to me are a very efficient way of going. So I can't understand why something like that wouldn't be reused in its entirety.
Yeah, well, the people that buy that stuff and source it, and, you know, they want to impress somebody with the latest technology. So even if, you know, they understand that a variac is a very, very, very useful thing, they're not going to reinstall it. They're going to go, you know, digital ETC, DMX controlled lighting rack and this and that, and they just they'll never put that stuff in, you know. So it comes to us, the ham radio guys, and the guys that do interesting electronic stuff, and, well, I guess it's a good thing.
Yeah, well, hopefully a lot of stuff gets reclaimed before it hits the scrap metal dumpster. Anyway, tonight is 160 meter night. There's a few of us that get on 160 at 9 o'clock, and I've been down for a couple of hours, kind of napping and coming in and out of sleep, and I woke up, came out here a little bit after 9, fired up, got on 160, and called. The conditions seem to be very quiet as far as static. I billowed out a number of CQs, nobody's there, no answers, no nothing. So finally I said, screw it. See what's going on down here, dear. So here I is.
If I got it here. Yeah, my work, it's kind of funny. There's about, well, they've been hiring a lot of people. There's probably about 250 people there. And it was me and another guy. We're both hams. And we pretty much have free reign with the e-way stream. And because we build a lot of medical equipment, we have a lot of process control. We throw out things because the label says it expired. But we put an expiration date on it. And, rolls of solder. I got so much solder now, I started bringing it to the hand test. The way the heat shrink. We might order a reel of resistors, and they come mislabeled on the package. We can't just say, well, it's not labeled correctly. We end up switching it. A lot of different things. So, we had a machine place a bunch of capacitors backwards in electrolytics. And a lot of things get stuck. So I have a lot of capacitors. Sometimes I see interesting little circuits in the e-way spin and I go, that's for something. There might be some big honking e-ways or whatever. So I kind of know what you mean there, Billy, about things going away and getting caught. And I try to grab what I can, and whatever I can't use, I try to give away to other hams that might be able to use it. That's what I'll say about that. N1XBM, Raymond, Maine.
WA1HLR.
W2BTK. Yeah, dude, that's how I've gotten a lot of stuff. Just crap laying around, like, oh, hey, you're doing this? Like, here, I've been tripping over this thing forever. Just take it, That's the beauty of the hobby. And, man, Tim, as far as 160, I screwed myself, man. I cut 10 feet off of my feed line, and now I've just got, like, a bad voltage feed. And I can't run very much power down there before something starts flashing over in the antenna system. So I'm going to have to go add a little bit of length to my antenna. I was thinking that I would take the end and make like a T on each end and just pull them out and maybe add 20 feet to each end. And that would get me smoking on 160, but I have to I have to raise my radiation resistance because it's like stupid low. There's so much current there with this short antenna. But I was rocking and rolling on 160 before I moved my tuner. But yeah, I have to optimize for 160. But I've been holding off because for whatever reason, but I could get on there as soon as I exceed about 900 watts PEP. Things go very south. So I can run the Viking, no problem. But if I try to use any kind of power, then it's just like no good, no bueno.
Oh, no bueno, Ray. That's no bueno. Well, out of curiosity, how long is the radiating surface of your ant?
It's about 130, 135 feet or so.
So you're pretty well stuck with that length, I take it.
Yeah, as it sits, the antenna already hits the tree and folds down towards the earth, and the end is only about 15 feet off the ground. The trees at either end are about 30 feet, and the feed point's at about 40 feet. So, I mean, it works, but like I was saying, I can add a T on each end of the diapoly there, and I think that'd solve all my problems.
Yeah, there are ways. Yeah, I've always, when been antenna challenge for space, gotten something to work, but as you will find out, when you get things up and running with power, boy, you're going to have some hellacious voltages at the end. When a tree branch hits the end, it'll arc and burn, and, you'll clear away the vegetation.
Yeah, I've been slowly doing that. I pulled the ends way out away from the trees and kind of put it in like a half swastika formation. So one end is pulled, north, and the other is pulled south. And believe it or not, that kind of did something. It allowed me to run a little more power on 160 because the very ends of the antenna are way out in the open in free air now. Whereas before, they were literally coming down the side of these pine trees, like through the pine trees. And that worked fine when I had friggin' 10 extra feet of feed line, but I took that 10 feet of feed line away, and it all went to hell.
Well, there you go. There you go. Well, for a Whistler fishing antenna, it's a great wintertime fan, because last winter when 75 went long, 160 was the only way to keep on keeping on.
Yeah, I miss 160. It's nice down there. But, like I said, I get down there with the Viking, which is probably enough, but being that my antenna is like way too short for 160, I'm at a compromise. The double balance tuner helps. I mean, I can totally talk there, and it works well. As you know, because I've heard you get on 80 meters here with your 40-meter dipole, and you had a hell of a signal. So, and, I'm sure that opened your eyes a little bit. So that's basically my deal on 160. It works. It's not great, and I can't run that much power until I go fiddle fart with my antenna, but I miss it, man. I would love to get on 160 more, and I should do it. I mean, I could run 100 watts carrier, no problem.
Yep. Well, this winter will be an interesting one, that's for sure. Yep. So, yeah, I'll stick around here a little bit, and then I think I'm gonna have some hi-hi-fangus, milk and cookies or whatever, and retire for the rest of the evening. Oh, good. Well, I've been getting back into working on projects. I probably about 10 years ago started a relatively high-power 6-meter transmitter. In a little table rack that's up on casters, and that's on the floor and rolls under the operating countertop, much as the Viking 1.5, the SBE, and also the Blue Magoo, which I got to get plumbed in, get that thing back online. So the 6-meter rig, I used a PA section from a low-band VHF paging transmitter. That Warren W1LO had rescued a bunch of them. And, I put a set of meters on it, a peekaboo window, and all that. And No, it's a project that I would get into in the summertime because I love working outdoors. In the bright sunlight, you can drill and blast and all that kind of thing, and then watch the creation kind of slowly come to fruition. But as you know, in a transmitter, there's a whole lot more to that. So the modulator is crammed in the back behind the PA because the PA doesn't occupy much depth. So I got a good piece of mud iron, and I built everything up on the mounts on 3/4-inch steel angle, which goes from side to side and is bolted very securely in the rack. And the actual modulator tubes, audio driver, and all that is to be built on a piece of 1/8-inch aluminum plate that I cut and all that, and got the hole punched for the terminals for the audio driver transformer, and holes drilled for the breech lock type 4-pin tube sockets for the 572Bs or 811s if you want to put them in there and crack the whip on them with 2500 on them, and another set of 4-pin sockets for the audio driver tubes. I'm going old school, a pair of 2-3s. I don't know if you know what those are, but back in the day they were used extensively for audio drivers and amateur transmitters and whatnot, and the very earliest high fidelity enthusiasts before audiophiles came into being. You know, the good amplifiers used a pair of those things and push-pull, or maybe 4 of them, and push-pull parallel. So I've got a number of them, so that's going to be the audio driver. Well, you got to have the stages behind it. So I could go resistance coupling, which would be a good way to go, but you really need a lot of audio voltage monkey swing to adequately give those tubes a boot in the ass to get most power out of them. So that means transformer coupling for simplicity, and I knew I had a particular fairly decent single plate to push-pull grid audio transformer in my stash. I had 2 of them. One of them already wound up in a transmitter, and the other one, you know, triad thing, brand new in the box. The box started falling apart, so I forgot where I put it, and I dug for it, going through transformers, and I found a very interesting carbonium microphonium transformer that I put in that Stancore transmitter. You probably heard me on to my punishment radio. Only the punishment radio is working a whole lot better. I discovered a couple of other things that weren't right and spent the afternoon playing around with that. So I'm going to move that into position here probably tomorrow and start annoying people with it. But now it modulates extremely effectively, and that's what you want with a carbonium microphonium with sandpaper audio. You want a lot of grit, you know? You want a lot of grit. You want a lot of modulation headroom so it just screams at you. So I think I've achieved that. So I want to try that out. But then again, there's a room in the house that my wife and I call a multi-purpose room. That'll be her room for a computer and a little studio, sitting room, and da-da-da-da-da-da. It's just cram-packed full of shit, and I've got a lot of my best, you know, ham radio gear, receivers, transmitters, and other stuff, and it's all hopelessly buried. I've got a lot of really good transformers, and I got to thinking, you know, I think that the transformer I'm looking for is in the multi-purpose room inside a file cabinet. So, my wife goes nuts when I want to get in there, and I just start yarding stuff out that's in the way. So I asked her, and if she would take the time and move a bunch of stuff out so I could get in. And she offered to jump on it right away, and it's like, no, I'm not in a big rush for it. But she did today, and she cleared a lot of stuff out. I was able to get in there and know the transformer was not in the file cabinets, 2 bottom drawers, but there's some shelving that's got a lot of iron and parts and things like that, and I was able to go far enough in there, and sure enough, there it was. So I grabbed it, and that made my day. So it's been productive around here, and I gotta keep the momentum up, because if I don't, I start atrophying. I've been feeling that. Not getting enough done that I want to get done. It doesn't involve a lot of physical muscle moving things around. Because today it was hot and pussy. N1XBM for WA1HLR.
Alright, yeah, I don't know. Billy's still in there, but yeah, I'll take it. We'll make a short one here. Yeah, the weather's been hot. I mean, it's nice when it has any rain. And I mean, it's, I don't know, kind of a nice change coming into spring and coming out of winter and all the corona crap. Having some just nice, sunny, warm days. It hasn't been too oppressive, but it's been nice. So, I don't know how that goes. I throw it over today. I don't know if I've heard him make one here in a little bit. Billy, go ahead. You still with us here? I know you're talking about your, adding some length on your feed. I don't know if but go ahead, Billy.
Oh yeah, I'm listening. I'm enjoying the banter. Yeah, Timmy's busy as hell. The old crusty tube modulator. You know me, man. I've got my solid state junk over here for the modulator. But yeah, finding stuff, you think it's somewhere and then you finally find it. I know the feeling. And I also know the feeling of, losing momentum, because that started happening to me too. I've been moving a lot of crap around, remoting out into the living room here. And I left all the transmitter crap behind in the shack. And it's been nice. It makes it not so hot and pussy and noisy when I'm operating, which is nice. And then this room is very nice aesthetics. So it's more, I don't know, it's just better. But yeah, I've been moving all that crap around too. And I've had my share of problems remoting stuff. And then, everything works fine. And then I go QRO and it all goes to hell. Getting RF into stuff. I had my, it was a low-level audio signal from my audio rack that's right behind me back to the modulator in the other room, and I had to do away with that. I moved the actual modulator out here, which is easy enough. It's a 3-rack space Crown Audio amplifier, and then, I brought the 4-ohm high-level out of here back to the mod iron, which is in another room. And that worked wonders. That solved a whole bunch of problems for me when I'm transmitting. It all but knocked out all of the RF issues. Seems like my buzzes have gotten better. And yeah, but it's been a lot of work. I kind of wasn't on the air for a couple weeks there doing all this crap. And then certain days I would wake up and be like, I just don't feel like it. And I'd force myself to do it. And I'm glad I did, because this is really nice. But yeah, getting all your rigs going. I'm interested to hear the punishment rig. That'll be nice. Carbonium microphonium. Hello, Timmy. That's gonna be something. Yeah, don't mess with Timmy. He's got SBEs and punishment rigs, and he's probably forgotten more than most people know. So don't poke the bear. I'm waiting for that plate modulated 10, man, or the high level modulated 10. That's gonna be something. But yeah, it sounds like you're doing good work, Tim, and hell yeah, man. It's nice to hear you out here. What rig are you on tonight? This is W2BTK.
Yeah, I'm on the Globe Scout driving the Tempo 2000, but I'm doing something a little different. How's my audio sounding compared to usual?
It's kind of like evened out, or I've gotten used to it, but it's not quite where you usually are. It sounded like a little muddy or something when you first got on here, but it's kind of like, like I said, either leveled out or I've just gotten used to the way it sounds. It sounds good, but I would say not quite your usual self.
Yep, well, this is a D10-4. A D10-4 with a much modified 2-transistor preamp in the base, in which the first stage is a JFET, an MPF 102 with a 22 megohm gate resistor. This is a hand-picked D10-4 element. And that is plugged right into the microphonium jack on the Globe Scout. You see, the thing is my operating position with the usual station, the microphonium boom, where it's placed is you'll only go so far. You have to practically belly up to the radio bar. And in this recliner chair I have, it is such a pain in the ass. And you know, I've got one of these telephone relay type switches mounted in a little mini box that is attached to the second tier shelf. So you get in position and your arm rests on the lower shelf, and then you just hit the transmit switch, and the microphonium is just about in front of you. You'll work it maybe for about 8 to 10 inches. But as it is now, I'm about I'm 3 feet from the microphonium, and I can't get at it. And with a 6-meter transmitter pulled out, that's in the way. So I can't get to it. And I had been on the air, you know, with the hunched over, you know, up bolt straight, not that comfortable for any real length of time to reach the microphonium. So I got to thinking, well, why don't I just pull out the D10-4? I can kick back in the lazy bastard recliner, grab the chicken choker, and it's easy.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, the chicken choker. Yeah, I'd say it sounds like you're on a... Initially, Tim, when you first came on, you were looking for a crystal. Maybe you were looking away from the mic. You had a weird sound, and it's gone away. Maybe it was because you had the microphone, you had the plate switch on or something, and you were looking away. But yeah, you definitely got that D10-4 sound. But no, I'm hearing you just fine. And yeah, if you get the carbonium microphone in, you gotta say, Bandits, 12 o'clock! Yeah, you gotta say, Bandits, 12 o'clock. But yeah, that was the only thing I commented. When you first came on, I was like, man, Tim just doesn't sound right tonight. But now, I kind of forgot about it. The only thing I could figure is, like I said, maybe when you were looking for that crystal, you were looking away, talking into something, was doing something weird acoustically with your voice, because I'm not noticing it now. So that was the only comment I would make on that. That you were asked about. I'm trying to think of what else. I know you're talking. Yeah, engineer projects too. Losing momentum. I don't know. Some guys don't work on it night and day until it's done. Mine tend to drag out for a bit, but oh well. I'm having fun. I guess that's all that matters, right? Go ahead, Billy.
You know, that's the thing. I can't work every day. I would when I was a whole lot younger, but there's always too much else going on that gets in the way.
Man, see, Timmy, I started getting, like, congested in that room, and it was, like, the same deal. Like, I hated it, so I had to move out here. And it's like wide open. I gave myself a lazy boy. I never had a lazy boy at my operating position before, and I like it because it was all designed with that in mind. I went ahead and got a motorized desk, so I can sit here in the lazy boy, and the desk is right in front of me at that level. And when I get tired of sitting, I just stand up and I can hit a button on my desk, and the surface of the desk moves up to about, 42 inches or whatever is comfortable standing height, and then I'll stand and operate for a while, and then when I get tired of that, I'll sit down again. And that was like a game changer, man. It changed my life. Like, I can sit here. I've been operating for 4 hours and 41 minutes and 14 seconds. And, I'm good to go. My butt's starting to get a little cramped, so I might hit the button and stand up in a little bit, but it's the way to go. But I had the opportunity to move out into this big area and completely redesign everything and think about it before I did it. Whereas in the shack, I had put everything in there and then just started piling and piling and piling, and then there was and it's no longer like a pleasant place to hang out. So I moved out of there, and now it's a mechanical room, but it took a lot of planning. I spent a couple bucks, but it's amazing. If you can find a way to get yourself one of these desks that's an adjustable height, motorized, I mean, that was a super, super game changer for me. W2BTK.
How big is it?
So I got a butcher's block countertop. It's 60 inches wide by about 30 inches deep. So there is a ton of workspace here. I've got my computer and 2 monitors, and the microphone is on a boom stand here on the desk. I've got my webcam on a boom on the desk, and it's just it's the best, man. Like, it rules.
Boy, you're styling with that. Yeah, that would not work in this scenario. Now, my room is 11 feet by 11 feet, and that's it. And, it's been metamorphosizing over the years as far as, the countertops, the equipment layout, and the stuff surrounds me and whatnot. But then again, more and more crap flowed into here, and I managed to thin it out, but I gotta thin out a lot more. And my wife found this little table. She went by the hospital, or across the street from the hospital. There's a pool that they operate for therapy and stuff like that, and the public could go there and swim. And she saw this little table that was on casters, and it was just supported on one side. Or maybe it did have supported on either side, I think. But it had an opening in it, like a slot, like the thing was probably meant for a printer of sorts, so that the waste paper would go right down through the slot and into the shit can. So she grabbed the thing, and I had it in here for a while, and it just worked out very well, sliding it up to the operating chair, and I thought, well, you know, this would be the ideal thing to set up a wireless computer keyboard and a flat screen monitor and all that, and have a little bit of workspace. So, you know, and as it was just kind of in the way, so I wound up carefully disassembling it. When I yard a bunch more stuff out of here, I'm going to put that thing back together again. My earlier ham shacks, you know, comfort as far as seating arrangements and all that was secondary. You know, and in the very beginning days, I just sat on a wooden crate.
That's, you know, that's kind of how I was in the beginning when I was at my parents' house. I had a bedroom. That was it. My bed was in there. All the stuff that I owned from my life was in there. My transmitters, my everything, man. There was no room. And I did that for 2 years. And then I moved in here. I had a nice big room. You know, I set it up. And then I started piling the stuff in, and it just got a little bit, you know, before it got out of control, I decided, like, yeah, okay, this is my transmitter room, and I'm gonna go hang out in my living room. But, you know, I'm in a position where I could do that. I'm pretty lucky. I bought this house, and nobody lives here but me. So it's whatever BTK wants, BTK gets, as far as where I operate, how I operate, where my equipment is, and what room I decide to do it in. I mean, shoot, I could set all this crap up in my kitchen if I wanted, and, you know, nobody's gonna say anything. My cat won't mind.
Yeah. Hey, how much floor space do you have in your home?
How much what space?
Floor space.
Oh, square footage, I don't really know. But this living room is pretty big, and the shack that I was in before was the dining room of this house. So it's one of the larger rooms in the house too. As far as square footage, I don't know. I've got 3 bedrooms, that dining room, this living room, 2 bathrooms.
Wow, you got far more than what I got here. I'm living in a trailer with my wife. You know, that initially was a 12-foot wide and 60 feet long. But, you know, I've done an awful lot of work on it with insulating and redoing the wiring and the plumbing and all that. And the walls, I've added foam paneling. You know, the polyisocyanurate foam paneling against the trailer trash walls. And then everything is sheathed in 5/8 fire code sheetrock. I also put 2-inch thick foam paneling inside between the studs. So there's 3 inches of foam in the walls total. And then I built an outer shell around it. You know, 2x6s. Laid in 6 inches of fiberglass and a steel metal building siding all the way around. That's, you know, one of my specifications is when I build something, you know, infrastructure shell, I don't do it with flammable material.
Yeah, you got it set up. I mean, I would probably live in a trailer. Like, it would be more efficient if I did that, but I wanted a house, and I was looking for them for a long time, and the only reason I'm in a house that's this, you know, large or whatever is because I bought it from the bank. It was a foreclosure, and I more or less stole it, man. The people, this house is worth a hell of a lot more than I paid for it. The people that lost the house, basically what they owed on the house is what I paid for it. So I just got incredibly lucky, Tim, and the location that this house is in is the reason that I bought it. You know, I didn't even, the listing sucked. There was no pictures of anything. Nobody was going to come look at this place. But I saw where it was, and I was the first, and I showed up. I looked around. I didn't even go inside before I decided I wanted the place, and it ended up being real nice. It was built in the 60s, very dated. It still looks like it's 1960s in here, but I just got a phenomenal deal on the foreclosure, and you know, I got lucky, man.
Awesome. Well, I guess. Yeah, I'd love to have a home or a house structure. But you see, when this place came along, it was just land. Just land, and the guys that owned the land, or one in particular, was saying, well, what do you want to live up there for? You know, you got to go a mile in the ground for water, you know, you're off the road. Winter times will be rough, and this and that and the other thing, trying to dissuade me, but I just went ahead anyway and bought 1 acre out of a 10-acre parcel, and then a few years later I bought the rest of it. And I figured the way to get landed and quickly and on a very limited budget is with a used trailer. So I got a 12 by 40. I think I paid $2,500 for it, which is way too much. But then again, you know, I was only in my middle to later 20s, and there was a lot I sure as hell didn't know. So, you know, through all the twists and turns of life, in my second marriage, my second wife had a trailer the same size, a 12 by 40, and we brought that up here, and I sidled them up and made a poor man's modular home out of it. So I had that much more floor space and all that. My second wife and I would sometimes fight like crazy, and, you know, screaming matches and all that, but she would just keep pressing my buttons until I'd blow up. You know, and then we'd break up, and then finally she filed divorce, and then after that whole thing, we wound up getting back together again, but being that there was no commitment, if it went south, then it's like, well, see you bye, you know, and we always break up in the fall and then get back together in the spring. It was pretty crazy. So, then finally we split up for good in September of 88. And after that point, it's like, I'm never going to get married again. I'm just not going to do it. It'd be nice to have a mate, but, you know, a mate for me is a very special person, one that, you know, I will get along with. You know, of course there's differences with Marcy and I, but nothing severe, and, you know, we've been together for 16 years now, which is by far the longest relationship I've ever been in, so, you know. But when I got this place, I got this after the fire. I lost everything in a fire in 92. Somebody set a fire in the woods, and I was away working, and it leveled my poor man's modular home, because after my second wife and I split up, I found out her interest on a trailer. And, so, the other thing about trailers that I really didn't pay much attention to is that your property values are a lot lower with a mobile home than with a fixed structure. So up here, this has become the high rent district of Skowhegan. And you find, you know, there's all these McMansions that have gone up. Used to be a chicken hatchery operation around here where there'd be some huge chicken farms, and that was it. And then a couple of trailers for the people that worked in the chicken barns and whatnot. And maybe one or two homes that have been around for 100 years. But when the chicken farm went tits up, you know, it was like a 1,000-acre parcel of land in which I was sitting in the middle of it. Originally, this was part of it, and the guys that I bought it from, they bought it from the guys that owned the chicken farm because they all knew each other, and you know, it was the two guys that owned the radio station that I was working at. So that's the story. So I'm not in a very good position compared to a lot of people, and I'm not going to complain. I just wish I had more room than I do. This is WA1HLR.
Hey, and there's Connor.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be my last here. I just realized what time it is. I've been going in a little early to work, so I'm going to make my last one. But it was good so. And listening to Tim talking and houses and stuff. And yeah, we're going to be looking, I think I told Tim the other day, we're going to put our house on the market, and mostly looking just to move local, just looking for a larger house. So, my family and stuff like that, so that's kind of what we're looking to do. But, we're fixing and consolidating and packing, looking at renting a storage unit, all of our stuff temporarily, because when we show the house, we don't want to see all the clutter. So I don't know what's going to happen with the old amateur radio station. It means I'm going to be off air for a bit, or what? Or maybe I'll be able to consolidate it down to just this one station, and you know, maybe that'll be okay, I don't know. We'll figure it all out, but primarily, I'd like to be on as long as I could, but we'll see. Maybe it means I pull I have some extraneous equipment that probably doesn't need to be here. So maybe some will go away and I'll just keep the fair going. I'm going to be taking the tower down pretty soon. I'm hoping maybe I can just leave the loop up. The loop's not very visible, other than the feed line coming down. Hell, you wouldn't even know the loop was there and look up if it wasn't for the feed line. But anyway, yeah, I just realized what time it is. It's a little late for me. It's a small night. Work night, whatever you want to call it. So I need to get ready for bed. I didn't realize what time it is. Yeah, conditions held out. Billy can hear me. Bad crashing out there. We'll start talking to you guys. Yeah, weekend's coming up, so maybe I'll hear you guys tomorrow. So this is N1XBM, and I'll leave the rig on here and just kind of listen out while I get ready for bed. N1XBM.
Is that?
Okay, Bob. We'll have a high fine business kind of night. You know, my attitude is think big. You know, I look at what Stamp QIX had, and he was able to sell his price. You know, it just was a stroke of luck. But, you know, hell, I'd keep your station together, but just remove all the clutter and have things picked up, and if there's questions asked, it's like, well, this is what I do. Obviously, it's not going to be here if you buy the house. And leave it at that. Well, I'll see you later, Bob. Go ahead, Billy.
I heard your comments. N1XBM.
Okay.
Yeah, Connor's in there. But yeah, Timmy, selling houses is so stupid. Like, people, they want to look at, they don't want to know you or see your stuff, and that's just how it is. And as far as women, yeah, maybe I'll find one someday that's like got their own thing going, and you know, we can coexist and this and that. But other than that, you know, I'm not really holding my breath. I've got my interests and this and that, and if one comes along that fits the mold and it works, it works, you know. But let me pass it over. Connor's in there. Not sure how well you're hearing him, Timmy, and he's a little bit confused on what frequency we're on, but we're not on one frequency, so go ahead there, Connor.
I think so.
Yeah.
W4IPC. Channel is too wide, so I am still this week. I'm sending 7 kHz per high, which is unnecessary. Fine and go for the W4IPC.
Kilo 2 Charlie X-ray. Good evening.
Have to talk over me. That's okay.
Yeah, all right, Connor. Yeah, you're a little bit weak in there. Conditions aren't in your favor. You're down there in Foreland. But I heard a check in there. I'm probably not going to hang out too much longer. I've been at it for about 5 hours here, and I want to go watch this movie, man. Ford vs. Ferrari. I've been watching bits and pieces of it on YouTube, and it seems really interesting. Seems like a good movie, so I'm probably gonna shut her down in a little bit. I'll go another couple rounds with you guys, but that's what I got my mind on. And not to mention, it's getting a little bit hot in here. Once I operate for this long, the heat from the transmitter room starts to creep out a little bit into the house, and you know how it is. But let's we'll pick up that breaking station there. This is W2BTK on Montana Mountain in New Jersey.
It's like Long Island Mountain. I don't know how well everybody hearing me. Obviously you do. You push 40 over 9. I'm running a very, very low power. Oh, I don't know about. Running about 25 watts of carry. HLR, do you copy K2CX?
Yeah, I hear you in there, Steve. K2CX, but man, you're piss weak. You're just head above water with the static, so it's kind of painful. And I don't even hear Connor at all. He's kind of like a mother flea calling us along, and I'm gonna get out of here. So, Billy, what was I going to say? God. Yes, Ford versus Ferrari. My wife and I saw that in the theater here in town. That is an extremely worthwhile movie. Very, very worthwhile. It'll draw you right in, and it's a part of history.
True story.
Yeah. So that's what I'm gonna do. It sounds like everybody's kind of packing it in. And yeah, Connor, it's I hear you well enough to probably talk to you a little bit, but it is a little bit rough. Conditions aren't the best right now for us. But I don't want you to get discouraged, man. Like you're doing good. It's amazing to me that you come out here all the time and people key over you and tell you're piss weak, but you still have an interest in doing this and you still want to come out here and talk. So do not lose that, you know. It'll all happen. You're the by far the youngest person out here, and you know, you've only got you're only gonna go up from here, man. So if we can't hear you that well right now, that will change, you know. You're only going to get better, stronger, and this and that. And hey, you're going to outlast us all, so you got that going for you. But anyway, guys, it's a lot of fun out here operating AM tonight, and yeah, that's about it for me. I'm going to go watch that movie and relax. So 7-3 everybody from W2BTK, and I'll be listening for a minute.
Is Connor transmitting? I can't tell.
Yes.
Hey, wow, that's almost right. I gotta trim this in. I gotta make this antenna longer. Anyway, it's good to hear you guys. Good for you to hear you. And yeah, we haven't lost hope yet, but it's getting close. Anyways, yeah, we'll see you all. I guess I'll go talk on Skype. Let's figure out on Skype. And we can keep rolling, and anybody else can hear me, but
I hear you, Connor. And I'll see you later, man. Bump, bump, click, click, as they say on the chicken band. W2BTK.
Hey, BTK, before you run.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, name here is Steve, K2CX. I'm out on Long Island. We got a good up and down between us. You're about 30, 40 over in Peaks. And I've been listening for a while. And Timmy knows me. He's going to have trouble hearing me at 25 watts a carrier with them. Modulation peaks up at about 50, 60 watts without looking at the PO. Where is it there? Whatever. Just tell him that I need a decent email. Get a decent email for him. Just hotmail. I sent an email. This is all stupid for myself. Asking for something that works.
Well, Steve, your SNR here is about 50 dB, so I'm sitting back in my chair. You're doing great for low power.
Yeah, well, you gotta figure. Whatever you are carrier-wise, which doesn't make a difference. 40 dB below that is probably considered a 9. You know, it's mathematically all registerable. But because Timmy's longer away and weaker, you know, he's got me sitting on up there on top of the mountain, right about in the noise, and of course, kind of together. I can barely hear him. I can pick out a word or two. Anyway, I just need some good way to contact him via writing. I got a question or three about him. I might be able to put up a pop-band loop that I have on the 160 and maybe this band. And I also was thinking of putting a vertical in a like a 70 or 80-foot tree. And I want to talk to him about making a folded monopole all the way around the tree, and you know, how far I would have to come off away, you know, stuff like that. So that I've been trying to talk to him for a long time. No good phone numbers, no good email. I think he lives as a hermit atop that mountain, K2CX.
Timmy, are you still there?
Yeah, I lost Steve. I don't even hear him. You know, I can hear him in there, but there's this noise that appears to be on his signal.
Well, he said he's trying to been trying to get in touch with you over the air, or trying to find an email or something like that. He's got antenna questions for you.
Yep. Well, my email is good on QRZ. Well, I'm not good at emailing. You know, if I see something come in from you, Steve, I'll read it. And then if I'm not that busy, I'll respond. I need to get some kind of a signal going. And this is the worst time of year. Sometimes I get on 40 meters in the middle to later afternoon, so propagation is there. I might run into you there. But it's not like I'm on every day. Sometimes a week will go by and I won't get on. You know, I just have a busier life, even though I'm self-quarantined here with my wife. That's just the way it is. I ran across your phone number the other day in my card file box. It's probably ancient, but I'm not one for real long, drawn-out phone conversations. I get hooked into that, and before you know, an hour and a half of my time has gone by, and my ear is getting sore from holding up the telephonium. So ham radio is the best method. So, well, it's good to hear you in there anyway. What a little bit of hearing you. Connor is just, well, this is the worst time of year for anything long haul. I'll see you on later. I'm going to get out of here. This is WA1HLR.
All right. We'll send something to him. Look for it tomorrow. I'll include my current number. But
what's this bucket garbage?
He have 09.
That's it. It's garbage. Steve's transmitting.
Yeah. Yeah, the only difference between him and me is I don't have I don't have a private mountain. But within this grid square is the highest spot on Long Island, a big 386 feet. Box November 30. Okay, I'll send you something shortly. Send it through up to him if he can. Pass it along. I appreciate the relay. And we'll talk again. W2BTK. I didn't catch all the names right. There you go. There's a bunch of people on WR questions. And then question mark. So, that's all I can say. It's Kilo 2 Charlie X-ray. You guys be good, and I appreciate the relay. Yeah, listen.
All right, K2CX, W2BTK. I'll see you later, Steve. And my name's Bill. And Timmy, always a pleasure talking to you out here, man. I love it. So we'll catch you next time. And yeah, I'm going to fade off into the sunset and go watch my movie. So good times. We'll see you later.
Kilowatt 2 Charlie X-ray.
Bye-bye.
Wait till you see that movie. You'll enjoy it. K2CX. Watch it. K2 Charlie X-ray.
Yeah, Timmy must have shut it down. All right. See you guys. All right. Well, that's gonna about do it for, let's see, two of you guys that are hanging out. It means a lot. We'll be doing radio streams. So if you haven't followed the channel, give it a follow, or you guys are watching on Twitch. I'll be back, and I appreciate you guys watching. Hopefully you find it interesting, and we'll see you next time. So peace out, everybody. I'm shutting the stream for the night.